And I'm going to share a few things with you guys from the online learning system. We added some things. So I want to make sure you guys are aware of it, additional tools to help you guys. So we're in the online learning system. And the first thing I want to share with you, if you scroll down to our Julie folder, remember this is stuff that's just kind of like for us in class. So all my PowerPoints are in here, our schedules in here, that kind of stuff. I was reminded last week by the Real Estate Commission of an article that they published back in 2014, but it's still relevant today. And the article is called What is Common Knowledge? And it's referring to material facts. So when we need to, this idea of discover and disclose, I get it. As a new agent, it can be very stressful because some of you are concerned that you're going to be expected to be experts of plumbing and electrical and structural and all these other things that we have to disclose. And that's not true, you guys, because we're not plumbers, we're not electricians, we're not structural engineers. However, we do have common knowledge. And this article kind of addresses things that I should be able to look at and say, that doesn't look right to me. That's common knowledge. If you walk into a room and smell a foul odor, you should be able to say, this doesn't smell right to me. When those little red flags go up that prompt you to say, this doesn't look right to me, that's when we have that duty to discover and disclose. But if you walk into a room and don't see anything out of place, don't smell anything, then you have nothing to disclose. So I think this article, and it's dated. I mean, it's 9 years old, but it's still very relevant. And I think it may help kind of address some of these, alleviate some of these concerns with material facts. Please always remember, you guys, I'm seeing so many disciplinary actions in the real world. Put pre-licensing aside for a second. In the real world, I'm seeing a lot of disciplinary actions revolved around material facts, either lying about them or omitting them, misrepresentation or omission. So our duty, our job with material facts is to discover and disclose. Once you disclose, stop. Please hear me. We do not diagnose. All I can do is use my common knowledge and say, that doesn't look right. I think you should investigate. I think you should call a professional and have them look into it. So this may help. I encourage you guys to look over this. Again, offer you some more insights on material facts. Don't forget as well, in the Unit 7 material, we have a couple things in here about some bullet points with material facts. I also got some bullet points on agency. So if you want a nice summary of agency, that's in the Unit 7 material. Questions or comments on that? Oh, I didn't pull my chat up. Sorry. Let's see. Good morning. Good morning. I got you now. Good morning. Okay, good. Chat is up. The other thing I wanted to show you guys, I'm so excited about this. We added a new folder. Yeah, well, that's not true. Jane added a new folder yesterday. In the online learning system under CRAM, we have a new folder in here called Review Games. And this is really fun, you guys. I played around with a couple of these last night. So each of these, you can see the different categories. Some of the stuff we've talked about, some of it we have not yet. So you may want to wait until we talk about the things, or if you want to go ahead and play. But for example, here's a game, we're going to call it, on agency categorization. So you click on the link and access it, and it takes you into the game. And you can start, and you can see the different, and you can shut it up because it's got music. And you can see the different categories of different classifications of agency. And then you just kind of drag and drop what you think goes where, kind of like a matching game, right? And then when you submit your answers, you tell us if you're right or wrong. So it's more of an interactive than just constantly answering questions over and over and over again. It's fun. Like I said, I tinkered with it a little bit last night. I didn't get a chance to get through all of them yet. But it's another opportunity, another way for you guys to maybe put the book down, put the online learning system down, the quizzes down, and kind of approach this from a different angle. So I encourage you guys to play around with the games. Like I said, if we haven't gotten to it yet, we will. The reason it's at the end or near the end is because it has all the categories, all the material. But I do encourage you, go ahead and start playing around with it. You can play them again and again and again. You could play this game 20 times if you wanted to. So in addition to studying, you get to play games now too. Is that cool? What do we think about that? Is that exciting? Yeah, I'm so excited. And guys, this is new. Y'all, Jane just put this in like yesterday. So any and all feedback is appreciated. If you run into an issue or you come across something that doesn't look right, then let us know, because it is new. We may need to work out a few kinks, but I just, again, playing around with it last night, it looks like it's pretty on point. Questions or comments on that? Please don't play games during class, by the way. This is these are after class games. I feel the need to say that. Okay. Comments, anything? Okay. So where we are, we're in the Unit 8 material. And when we left each other on Tuesday, we were in the throes of our exclusive right to sell listing agreements. Remember, we got several different listing agreements. We have the open listing agreement. Open meaning it's non-exclusive. Non-exclusive meaning how many firms can the seller date? As many as they want. Seller can date as many firms as they want, non-exclusive. With the open listing, the one that brings the buyer is the only one that'll get paid. If you don't bring the buyer, you don't get paid. It's pretty simple. The other listing agreement that we talked about was our exclusive agency agreement. Exclusive agency agreement. Now, how many firms did the seller hire? Is the seller working with? Exclusive meaning, yep, now we got you pared down to just one. But the exclusive agency agreement says you'll get paid if you bring the buyers. Just one agent, you bring the buyer, you'll get paid. The seller still retains the right to sell on their own. So if the seller sells the property without your efforts, they don't have to pay you at all. Wherever the buyer comes from, other than the seller, you get paid. That one's a little bit better. We see, well, that one's allowed. I still have never seen it out in the wild, but it is allowed. And then the one that we like, the one that we see all the time, and the one that we're looking at right now is exclusive right to sell listing agreement. So there's a difference in the exclusive listing agreement and the exclusive right to sell. So the exclusive right to sell, how many firms? One, it's exclusive. Sellers only date in one firm. But now with this one, the listing firm gets paid no matter where the buyer comes from. Did I bring the buyer to the transaction? Did you bring the buyer to the transaction? Did the seller bring the buyer to the transaction? With the exclusive right to sell, I get paid when I connect that ready, willing, and able buyer, no matter where the buyer comes from. So this is the listing agreement that we're looking at. I do encourage you guys to look through the listing agreements. And by the way, you have listing agreements in your textbook, both old and new. People, you got these in your textbook in Unit 8, but even you new book people, the one in the book is already out of date. Even new book people, isn't that something? Drives me nuts that they have to put forms in the books. I don't know why they do, because as soon as they publish them, they update the forms. Please understand this, you guys. Never look at a form in your book. always come to the online learning system. If I want you to look at a form, let me rephrase that. If I need you to look for a form, I will have it in the online learning system. So what we're looking at is the most current, just updated this July 2023. All forms have the date down in the bottom right corner. So in practice, you always want to make sure you're using the current form. Obviously, your firm's efforts will assist with that. But here, the online learning system will always have the most current. So we started looking at our listing agreement, our exclusive right to sell listing agreement. And we talked about the relationship is between the seller and the firm. Let me go back up real quick. Between the seller and the firm. We identified the term, how long are we going to be in this relationship from the effective date to the expiration date. Remember, the term of the agreement is one of our musts of our agency agreements. There's 4 musts, and the term is one of them. Obviously, we identified the property. What property is it I'm going to list? Fixtures, personal property. What does the seller want to take? What do they plan to leave? What are we going to list it for? Please note, the listing price isn't always the sales price. I'm not telling you what I'm going to sell it for. I'm telling you what we're going to list it for, what we're going to put it on the market for, what are we going to advertise it as. Then we talked about the firm's compensation. The firm is going to collect all the compensation from the seller. The listing firm shares their commission with whomever brings the buyer. So the listing agreement spells out how much does the seller agree to pay the firm, the listing firm? When is that commission considered earned? And when is that commission due and payable? Remember, when I earn my commission is not the same as when I actually get it. So the listing agreement spells that out. And then we have to discuss with and get agreement with the seller about how I'm going to share my commission with whomever brings the buyer. So if the seller's paying me, the listing firm, and then somebody with another firm brings the buyer, we need to have that discussion with the seller so they know how I'm sharing my commission, because they're the ones ultimately paying for it. So we talk about the total commission in the previous page. And now here we're talking about how I'm going to share my commission with whomever brings the buyer. And that's where we ended. Any questions so far before we look at the rest of this?
Julie, I just have a quick question. So I know that there's 4 things that must be included. Does that mean that if somebody filled
Remember,
it out?
you guys, our agency agreements are bilateral contracts. Now we're going to define that when we get to Unit 9. But right now, for a bilateral contract, let's just understand that both parties have duties and obligations to each other. So the firm has duties and obligations to the seller. Guess what? The seller has duties and obligations to the firm. And we need to spell out what those duties and obligations are. So the listing agreement talks about the firm's duties to the seller. We're going to put forth our best effort to find a buyer. We're going to disclose terms of the offer. When the offer comes into the seller, we're going to discuss it with them. We're going to help them decide, is that a good offer? Should we counter? Should we accept it? What are we going to do with that? The firm has a duty to the seller to disclose material facts. Other professional services, this is just saying that we can recommend other professional services. So if the seller is getting ready to list and they say, man, I'd really love somebody to come in and paint before I put it on the market. Can you recommend somebody that does that? I can, and it's addressing here. You may not know people yet. You may not know vendors yet, but most of your firms come with a preferred vendor list. So when you affiliate, you can get with, you can kind of piggyback off of your firm's list. And in time, as your career advances, you will meet your own professional services. You'll have your own people that you can rely on, and you can refer to your sellers. I'll get that in just one second, Victoria. That's a good question. And then provide agreement to the listing service. So the firm has a duty to put this listing in MLS. And that's what we're referring to here is the listing service. As a member of the Triad MLS, when I became a member of the Triad MLS, I pretty much told them every listing I get, I'm going to put in MLS so I can pull it with the other members of the MLS. So the seller, the firm has a duty to put that in the MLS. If for some reason the seller doesn't want their listing in MLS, there is a form that they can use to opt out. But I would have a hard conversation with them about why they wouldn't want, how are we going to get buyers if we don't advertise? Kind of thing. But it is an option, just FYI. It is an option, but it doesn't happen that often. Another one of our musts is our non-discrimination clause. It's highlighted pink for you guys. Obviously, in the official form, it's not pink, but you can see that it's also all caps and bold, with the hopes that we can get this to stand out to our buyers, and in this case, our sellers. So our non-discrimination clause says that the agent in the firm shall conduct all brokerage activities in regard to this agreement without respect to the race, color, religion, sex, national origin, handicap, or familial status of any party or prospective party. There are our protected classes right there listed on the second and third line. As mentioned, I got a whole unit dedicated to federal fair housing. So when we get to Unit 19, we'll talk specifically about those protected classes, what fair housing means, what it's about. We'll do a pretty deep dive on that. But we do have one of our musts, those 4 musts, our non-discrimination clause. The firm also has to communicate with the seller about how we're going to market the property. The effective date is when we enter into this listing agreement. The effective date may not be when we put it in and activate it in MLS. Remember, you guys, I cannot do a single service for an owner without having this thing signed. And I'm telling you right now, it's almost impossible to get this thing signed and get this listing in MLS all today. There's a lot of work, research, you got to measure, you got to take pictures. There's a lot of things that go into it. So it's going to be a very rare situation that the day we sign it is the day that we list it. So the effective date is when we enter into the agreement. The commencement of marketing date is when it's going to go live, is when it's going to go active. How much time do you need? Well, that's going to depend on you and your schedule. That's going to depend on the seller's timeline. The seller may say, I need a week to paint before you list it. Or you may say, the person that I have take my pictures isn't available until Monday. You may take your own pictures and you may not be available until tomorrow. So you got to coordinate schedules and you got to figure out when you can market the property. So the effective date versus the marketing date, when it's going to go live. And then we need permission from the sellers on how we're going to market it. Coming soon advertising is an option that some MLSs offer. You can kind of put it, it's like a teaser. It's not active yet, but we have it out there as coming soon. I can't allow showings. I can't allow anybody to see it because it's not active yet, but it's kind of like trying to build hype, trying to build anticipation. Some of you might see coming soon banners on the for sale sign in the yard or something like that. So if we're going to do that, we need the seller's authorization. Am I going to put a for sale sign in the front yard? Not all sellers want their nosy neighbors to know that they're selling. So we need the seller's permission to put a for sale sign in their front yard. Are we going to do an open house? Are we going to advertise other than the internet? Are you going to do print media, for example? Are we going to do internet advertising? Again, not all sellers like the idea of their home and all the personal effects of their home slapped online for everybody in the entire world to see. So they may choose not to offer internet advertising. Again, it's rare, Are we going to put a lockbox on the property, a combo box or a lockbox on the property for others to access for showings? If not, if the seller doesn't want a lockbox or a combo box, then how are we going to allow showings in? Is the seller going to be home? Are you going to be expected to go over and let in agents and buyers for showings? It's all a conversation to have with the seller while we're doing the listing agreement. The seller has some acknowledgments to make. And again, I'll let you guys look through this. But basically what this is telling the seller is that I can't control the internet. I have no control over it. The only thing I can control is what I put in MLS. When MLS feeds to those thousands of sites, I cannot control how Zillow receives it. I cannot control what Realtor.com gets it when it receives it. The only thing I have control over is the MLS. This is also getting the seller to acknowledge that there's going to be people in their home. There will be buyers in their home. They will be with their agents. And while we'd like to think that most agents can be responsible for their buyers and making sure that they're respecting the seller's home, the truth is every once in a while, agents just open the front door and let the buyers run amok and run through the home, sit on the front porch while the buyers look, just letting them go through and do what they want to do. We may also do an open house in which I may not be able to follow every buyer around. So bottom line, we need to get the seller to protect themselves and their stuff. If they have little things laying out that can slip into a pocket easily, think jewelry, prescription meds, weapons, anything of value, those things can walk away pretty easily. I can't always have eyes on everybody all the time. So one thing the seller should be encouraged to do is to put that stuff up, put that personal stuff up. Guys, when I'm meeting with a seller for the first time and I'm getting ready to list their home, I got to get my sellers to put their personal effects up anyway. They got to move at some point, right? They got their house for sale, so they got to move. So let's go ahead and get some of this stuff packed up. One, it helps me sell it. It's really hard for a buyer to imagine themselves living there when they're looking at pictures of your kids and your family vacation and all your personal stuff. So when we say depersonalize, take down the personal effects, we're trying to neutralize it, and we're trying to make it to a place where the buyer can walk in and envision themselves living here, picture themselves living here. The other thing about this too, my job is to sell space. I don't sell stuff. And if there's too much stuff, it's hard to see the space. Could we agree with that? So encouraging the sellers to pack stuff up, get totes, get boxes. Like I said, you got to pack it anyway. But not only is that protecting themselves, but it's also maybe helping our efforts to sell the property. Maybe you and your seller want to talk about staging it. There are professional stagers out there. You'll meet them as well. It's part of your vendor list. But there are people out there that can come in and stage different rooms or the whole house to make the flow good, so a buyer gets the warm fuzzies from it and maybe make themselves want to purchase. A question I get often, and it's addressed here in the warning, is can the seller have video? I mean, guys, it's 2023. I need you to conduct your lives as if you're on camera, because you know what? There's a really good chance that you are. And that includes when you walk into somebody else's home to show the property. The seller can have video. The seller, per FCC, cannot have audio. So we need to have this conversation with the sellers. They may need to turn off their Ring doorbell, for example, if it's connected to audio. Here's the deal. Audio is not allowed without the other party's permission. So just to go into a home and be recorded, to have your audio recorded without your permission, this warning is letting us know that it's a federal and a state crime. So again, just have the conversations with your sellers. By the way, I also have this conversation with my buyers. My conversation with the buyers is things like the seller shouldn't have audio, But in the event they do, I need you to be careful about what you say when we're going through this home. And what I mean by that, if the buyer walks in the front door and goes, oh God, this carpet is so tacky, I don't care about that. That's their personal opinion and they're entitled to that. What I don't want is my buyer walking in the front door going, oh, this is it. This is my dream home. Julie, I will do anything for this house. What did the seller just hear? Cha-ching, 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 didn't they? So I tell my buyers they shouldn't have audio, but if they do, shh, so you don't hurt your negotiation strategy. It's worth the conversation and making everybody aware, and that's what we're doing here in our listening group. We talk about earnest money with the seller. I'm not going to get in this now because we'd have a big conversation about earnest money when we look at our contract in Unit 10. So we will talk all about earnest money in just a few units, but we do address it with the seller, whether or not the firm maintains a trust account and holds the earnest money deposit. The seller has some representations to make, and these need to be accurate. They need to be, the firm needs to be able to rely on this information as we're proceeding. So the seller needs to represent to the firm how long they've owned the property. The big reason for that is there are some loan types, some loan products that require the owner to own it for at least a year. So think like a flipper or an investor. And if they don't own it for 90 days or 6 months or whatever the requirement is, then the length of ownership may be an issue, depending on the type of loan. The seller is or is not under bankruptcy. There is or is not a mobile home on the property. Is there a manufactured mobile home on the property? If so, what's that information? Is the property in an HOA with an owners association? Are there HOA dues? Well, we want to know the HOA information. Who is the association? What's their contact information? Let's see. It is or is not a flood hazard. It does or does not have synthetic stucco. We talked about this with our material facts. We said if it has ever had synthetic stucco, which is that concrete siding that's fake, if it's ever been clad in synthetic stucco, it'll always remain a material fact. And then it does or does not have a termite bond on the property. Again, just getting information from the seller to help us sell. And then we're going to ask the seller, what's your current liens? What are your approximate balances on your outstanding debt? So again, use the forms. We can use these forms. This is a hard conversation with somebody you just met maybe an hour ago. I mean, like, hi, my name is Julie. What kind of debt do you have on this home? Pretty much is how that sounds. So this is tough. But guys, this is information that we need to know so I know how we proceed. You can see here, I'm asking the seller for approximate balances. I'm not looking for down to the penny. I'm just looking for approximate so I can get an idea. And if these approximate balances start adding up to more than what I think I can sell your house for, my little red flag just went up because we got to have a conversation. Can you afford to sell? If you're underwater, you're going to have to bring money to closing. You may be eligible to for a short sale, for example. We'll talk about short sales in our financing units. But the point of this is to have these conversations with the sellers now so we can get an idea now where we stand and try to avoid any surprises the day before closing. I cannot imagine a scenario where you call the seller and say, so they just calculated your numbers, and as it turns out, you need to bring $13,000 to closing tomorrow so you can pass the deed, so you can hand over clear marketable title. And the seller looks at you and says, I don't have $13,000 to bring tomorrow. Guess what, guys? Game over. Would you rather have this conversation now, an hour after you meet them, or would you rather have it the day before closing and find out you can't close? We gotta have the hard conversations up front. So use these to help with those conversations. The seller is going to represent whether or not they are or are not, the property is or is not, I should say, subject to a lease. Is there a lease and a tenant in place? In North Carolina, the new buyer or the buyer buys honoring the existing lease. So if we have a tenant in place, if there is a valid lease in place, then that would be good information for the buyer. We got a whole unit dedicated to the landlord-tenant relationship, unit 11. So we'll look more at that, talk more about that. Fuel tanks. Are there any fuel tanks on the property? We talked about underground storage tanks, but they could also be above ground, maybe on the side of the house on sticks stands where you can see them. But any information we can get on the fuel tank or tanks from the seller. And then as mentioned, these listing agreements or agency agreements are a two-way street. So while the firm has duties to the seller also has duties to the firm. The seller's duties to the firm, the seller has some disclosures that they may be required to complete. We're talking about those disclosures this morning and what that means for the seller. So the firm does have a duty to provide any of the disclosures unless they're exempt. The seller has a duty to make the property available for showings at reasonable times and upon reasonable notice. It's going to be awfully hard for me to sell your house if you never allow a buyer in the front door. So we got to make the home available for showings. Now we can work around the seller schedules, of course. Let's be reasonable here. The seller may want some lead time. They may say, I want an hour notice or 24-hour notice. So we're going to talk to them about what works for them. Guys, remember too, since the pandemic, a lot of us are working from home now. So in addition to working around showings, we're also working around work schedules as well. So we just got to be accommodating, have the conversation with the seller about what works for them. Some of you, has anybody ever sold a house before? Sold your home? It's a full-time job, isn't it? I mean, you got to keep it clean like all the times. You can't not make your bed this morning. Yeah, you got to keep it show ready at all times. And this is the conversation that we can have with the seller. Let's see, providing the firm information, anything about the HOA. So if we're in an HOA, the seller's going to help us by getting us the covenants, bylaws, any information from the HOA. A good buyer's agent's going to ask for it. So let's go ahead and get that information now. The seller has a duty to deliver a general warranty deed, the best type of deed for the buyer because it gives the most liability for the seller. Please review Unit 5 where we talked about the different types of deeds. Let's see, photographs and other materials real quick. This is just letting the seller know that when I come in and take pictures of your home, those pictures are my property. Even though they're of your home, those pictures belong to me. If I don't sell your home and you list with another firm, they can't use my pictures. That's called copyright. So that new firm would need to come in and take their own pictures. They need to get their own information. Please make a note. Yep, and I'll tell you in just 1 second, Talia. Just make a note, page 10 of our listing agreement. We start talking about explaining dual agency to the seller. This is another good tool to help you guys understand it, help you form your words when you're having this dual agency conversation with the seller. So the firm's role as a dual agent, the seller's role if we go into dual agency, and then if available, we're going to talk to the seller about designated dual agency. So we have the opportunity to have a conversation. And then we also have the authorization to do or not to do dual agency. Remember, we got to get informed written consent. So the informed piece of it is already embedded in your listing agreement. They provide you with the informed. Now we need to determine if they do allow dual agency or if they want exclusive representation and do not authorize dual agency. So it's a one or the other. If they say yes to dual, if they initial yes to dual and your firm allows it, then we also have the option to get their permission, to get their consent to offer designated. If they say no to dual, designate is not an option. I got to get a yes to dual before we can get a yes to designated. So the form, everything we need to know, all that informed written consent is right here for us. As long as we're having the conversation, never look at a seller and say, we're going to do dual sign here. That's not informing them what that means. Any good contract is going to have verbiage about what happens if we terminate, what happens if any party breaches. We hopefully can try to avoid court and go through mediation would be the preferred method. Who pays attorney's fees if we have to go through all this? So this is boilerplate, but we got to have it because what happens if somebody doesn't do what they promised to do? And then we got a wire fraud warning to the sellers. In the buyer's agency agreement, we will see a wire fraud warning to the buyers. In our offer to purchase and contract, we're going to see a wire fraud warning to both. Wire fraud's gotten really big, really fast in real estate. And the short and sweet of it, what's happening is money going to or from the attorney's office is getting hacked. And how it's getting hacked is because our emails are getting hacked. And the hackers are sending an email that looks like it's coming from me that says, here are the wire transfer instructions. Send your money for closing tomorrow here. The buyer seller trusts me. They trust that I know what I'm doing. They don't realize I've been hacked. I don't know I've been hacked. And so they're sending their money straight to the hackers. So what conversation can we have with our buyers and sellers? I need you guys every time to look your clients in the eyeball and say, I will never, you hear my absolute word there? What does never mean? Ever, ever. I will never email you wire transfer instructions. And then don't. Because they need to know that if they get a wire transfer instruction via email, it's from the hacker. So how do we get wire transfer instructions? Well, our seller needs to be encouraged to go old school, pick up the phone and call the closing attorney and provide that information over the phone. And by the way, the number that they're calling is the number that they got or you gave them. They are not calling a number from an email, because if they call a number from an email, now they're calling the hacker and they're asking the hacker for their wire transfer information. So this is one of the best places that we can protect our clients is by telling them and then following through. I will never email you wire transfer instructions. Guys, the truth is my Gmail is about as secure as my closet door. Now I can put a two-step authentication on it, which helps. Now I just put a lock on my closet door, but that thing can still be kicked in pretty easily, right? So trust, be very, very careful with email. Hackers are they're making a good living off of us, you guys. So do what we can do to help alleviate these, protect your clients by having these conversations. This is why this is in a red warning box, all bold, all caps. Looks a little important, doesn't it? And then we got a place for everybody to sign. So you can see here, I got a place for 2 sellers. I'm going to get their printed name, signature and date, their contact information. If you have more than 2 sellers, we have an additional signatures addendum. So you can add as many signatures as what you need to. Remember with the listing agreement, I need everybody that's on the deed and their spouses to be a part of this listing agreement. So if grandma left her property to her 10 grandkids and all 10 grandkids are married, I got to get 20 people on this listing agreement. Because I got to get 20 people to sign the contract, because I need 20 people to show up on the day of closing to convey that title. So get everybody on board on day one. We also have a place if your seller is an entity. So if it's a business or an LLC, we're going to list that. The business or LLC will have somebody that is authorized to sign on their behalf. So that may be the person you're talking to, or they may tell you who needs to sign. And then we got the firm's information. So we're going to put the firm's name. What's the firm's license number? The firm has a license as well. And the agency agreement is signed by the individual agent. The firm isn't a human that can sign. The firm needs somebody to sign for them. As an independent contractor that's affiliated with a firm, your relationship with your firm is that of a general agent. Remember our universal agent, general agent, and special agent. And the general agent has some power to bind. They have some ability. And an example of your general agent relationship with your firm is you have the ability to sign the agency agreement on the firm's behalf. Once you sign on the firm's behalf, you have locked them into these terms. You have committed them. So the firm should be assisting you on how they want their listing agreements completed, because you are signing a legally binding document. And the reason you can do that is because you are a general agent with your firm. Because you're the one signing it, another must, you have to have your individual license number. So remember our 4 musts. It must be signed by all parties. It must have your individual license number. It must have a definite end date. And it must have our non-discrimination clause. Earlier, I got a question, thank you for your patience, about those 4 musts. I know we have to have the 4 parts. Does that mean it's acceptable without all these other things filled in? Yes and no. With this listing agreement, this gives us what we need. We also learned, another thing that the Real Estate Commission says, I cannot ask the seller to sign this listing agreement. I mean, I need to have the whole thing complete because this is the form that we're looking at. But if we have not determined a listing price, if we have not put an actual amount in there, I can't ask them to sign. I can't put TBD in there and ask them to sign. So back to the question, are the only 4 musts or other things required? And the answer to that is kind of, it depends. So let's kind of do real world and pre-licensing world. For your exams, there are 4 musts for agency agreements. All agency agreements must be signed by all parties. They must have the individual agent's license number. They must have a definite end date, and they must have the non-discrimination clause. If you get your hands on another listing agreement, your firm is welcome to use their own listing agreement. When we look at these pre-printed forms, these aren't the only forms that we're required to use. We'll get more into that when we get into contract world in units 9 and 10. But pretty much, you guys, as long as it was drafted by an attorney and it has our 4 musts, you can use it. Let's see. Where do we find this? So I'm in the online learning system. I'm under the Unit 8 material. And under the Unit 8 material, I've taken the listing agreement. I've given you guys some highlights. If you're looking at the listing agreement and you see a highlight, it's because it's mentioned in the syllabus. So that's what's highlighted here. There's a lot more here than what's in the syllabus. But I encourage you guys to look through this. I think it does a good job. It gives you another explanation of things like our compensation. It gives you another explanation on things like dual agency. This is in practice. This is the practical piece of pre-licensing, because this is the real true form. Let's see. Can I do electronic signatures through email? Good question. It has nothing to do with money. Our electronic signatures are in a more secure program than my Gmail. So we use like Dotloop or DocuSign or SkySlope. And those programs themselves are a lot more secure than my Gmail. So electronic signatures can go through email. We just don't want wire transfer instructions going through my Gmail. We don't want that communicated electronically. Again, I went to a wire fraud seminar down in Raleigh. It must have been 2019. It was down in Raleigh, and they had the real estate commission was there, real estate attorneys were there, the FBI was there, title insurance company was there, everybody was there. And it was really, really interesting to have these conversations, to hear the things that were going down. And y'all, the FBI stood there and looked at us, a room full of 100 people. The FBI looked at us and said, hackers are always 2 steps ahead of us. By the time we figure out what they're doing now, they've moved on to the next system program hacking effort. So catching them isn't as easy as it sounds. Once they do intercept the money from the closing attorney, once they do get their money, they shut that account down. So it can't be sourced, it can't be found, open up a new account, start all over again. So they're on it. There's nothing I can do to stop them. The FBI said there's nothing I can do to stop them. But it is important that we protect our clients. Thank you. The very beginning of Unit 8, I got 186, Vaughn saying 188. You can see the 4 musts and the column and the margin there. They must be signed by all parties. Must include the individual agent's license number. Must have a definite end date. And must have the non-discrimination clause. It could have a whole lot more. What it has versus what must. And that's that absolute word that we need to pay attention to. Other questions on our listing agreement? It's Julie. Then it must be page 186. It's the very first page in Unit 8. So you look at the key terms in Unit 8 at the beginning, and then you turn the page and it's in the margin. So it's either 188 or 186. We also have it in our notes for when we started Unit 8 on Tuesday. Other questions? Has anybody ever told you guys, have they told you yet that real estate is the industry of forms? We love our paperwork. Understand, as far as forms go, I am just easing you in. In this class, we look at the listing agreement. We look at the buyer's agency agreement. We look at the offer to purchase and contract, a couple seller disclosures, working with real estate agent disclosure. That's about it. You'll get more forms when you come to post licensing. You'll get all the forms when you affiliate with your firm. I can't tell you how many hundreds of forms they have for many possible scenarios. Working with sellers, working with buyers, working in commercial, working in property management, termination, all sorts of forms. The Real Estate Commission they have a joke. They do have a sense of humor down there in Raleigh. And one of their jokes is, there's a form for that. Halfway through your question, they can interrupt you and say, there's a form for that. And the reason they can say that is because there's a really good chance that there's a form for that. Get used to forms. You are here. It is part of it. What do you think you would do if you have a situation that there's not a form for that? Anybody want to venture a guess on that? You're in a very unique situation. You don't have a form available. You don't have any kind of agreement. Anybody want to venture a guess what you think you might do?
You document and put it in an email.
Talk to your BIC. That's a really good place to start. Asking the firm, go into your BIC. There it is. CYA. Call your attorney. No, better yet, call your buyer's attorney or call your seller's attorney. Guys, I'm just a real estate agent. I cannot create legally binding documents. I can't edit, I can't delete, I can't create. So there's a point, there may be a point in the transaction where I can't do any more. And at that point, more often than not, my answer is, well, looks like we need to get our attorney involved. And again, this is what this class is teaching you guys, is those parameters. When do I know we need to get an attorney involved? When do I know that I'm being asked or expected to step outside of my lane? You guys have got to stay in your lane. So CYA also stands for cover your assets. You see what I did there? Cover yourself, protect yourself. Know when you need to have your people call their attorney. We'll talk. We haven't gotten to contract yet, so I kind of thank you guys for your responses. We'll talk more about that. Our responsibilities with contracts. Units 9 and 10 are all about contracts. Makes sense, right? 7, 8, 9, and 10, agency and contracts. What are the two most important things I do as a real estate agent, day to day to day to day? Agency and contracts. Other questions or comments?
Miss Julie, I have a question.
Okay, let's go ahead and take 10. We come back, we're going to keep going in unit 8. Got more to do working with sellers. Oh, no. Can you guys hear me? Good. You can't hear my device? Neither can I. Weird. Okay. We may not have sound today on the device. I don't know why, but as long as you can hear me, that's good. So
Are you talking about your alarm?
ring,
Are you talking about your alarm?
I
Good.
think when you
Okay.
were doing
All
the
right, so we're
game,
back. I'm taking attendance. Haley Ann, you had a question right before break. I apologize.
I thought it was just my computer not working or
I can't
something.
hear you.
She can't hear us.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I can hear you. So
Oh, it's so weird.
Can you guys hear Haley Ann?
Yes.
Yes.
You can hear her,
Yeah.
but I can't. But you can still hear me.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't hear
I
everybody
cannot,
anyway.
several of you on mute. Lots of you on mute. You know what? I know what it is. I muted it. I had to shut up that sound, that noise. Now somebody say something.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. Technical difficulties. Sorry about that. All right. Haley Ann, thank you. Thank you.
So my question were, like you were talking about where you have to ask them like how much they owe and stuff on the house.
Mhm.
Do you have to do that or the firm does like verify, you know, if the amount that they owe is correct or incorrect?
Actually, the closing attorney will verify that. Thank you, Leslie. The closing attorney will verify that as part of their process. So that's why we're just asking the sellers for approximate balances, just to give us an idea. To get to the final figure of how much is the seller going to get, or how much does the seller have to bring to the closing, the attorney will calculate that like to the penny. And the attorney will be in touch with all these lien holders to make sure they're getting the correct amount. So it's kind of a joint effort, but it starts with us in getting that understanding, having that conversation, and letting the seller know, you know, you're going to have to pay all this off to the penny.
Okay. Thank you.
Better safe than sorry, right? Okay, so we are back in the book. New book people were on 215. Old book people were on 221. And another big piece of working with sellers is helping them determine their square footage. So we're going to talk a little bit about square footage, what this means. Let me ask that you guys hold off on your questions until we're done, because this is one of these conversations. If you give me a few minutes, I'll probably address your questions. So bear with me for just a minute. We got a couple different sources for you guys to look at. First off, understand this: square footage is not a material fact, which means we do not have to disclose the square footage of a house. We do not have to disclose the room dimensions. If you ever see the room dimensions of the kitchen and the bedrooms and the living room, per the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, it's not a material fact. We don't have to disclose it. But many of your MLSs require it. This is where we need to divide the line in the sand. The commission is going to ask you about them. They cannot ask you about the individual MLSs. So, not required, not a material fact, but many MLSs required. In other words, you cannot input your listing without the total heated living square footage. So while it's not a material fact, if you do disclose it, you are responsible for the accuracy. The listing agent is responsible for the accuracy of all of the information on that listing in the MLS. There's a difference in what counts as all square footage under the roof versus what counts as total heated living area. Not everything under the roof falls under the category of total heated living area. So let's talk about what is required to be considered total heated living area. And to be total heated living area, we must have three things. The space must be adequately heated by a permanently installed heating system. We're talking a central heat pump. We are not talking a space heater. A fireplace does not count. And please note, you guys, that word says heat. AC is not required. AC is a luxury. So it's got to be adequately heated. It's got to be finished according to generally accepted levels of construction. By that, I mean that we have to have walls and floors and ceilings. If you're looking at studs or rafters, it's not finished. Finished defines a ceiling height of at least 7 feet. So in order to count an area under heated living area criteria, it's got to be finished, and we have to have a ceiling height of at least 7 feet. Homes built 100 years ago may not qualify. We were a lot shorter 100 years ago, weren't we? And a lot of homes may not have. So you may not be able to count the whole home. You maybe have bedrooms in the second floor, for example, that don't have that 7 feet ceiling height. I will talk in just 1 second about what happens if it doesn't count. So bear with me. The third piece, the third requirement, is got to be directly accessible from other heated living space. So in other words, you need to be able to walk from adequately heated finished room to adequately heated finished room to adequately heated finished room. If you have to go through an unheated or an unfinished space to get to the other room, it's not directly accessible and you can't count it. A great example of this, you may have a finished room over the garage, or as we like to call it, a frog. Finished room over garage. Here's our acronyms again. So you may have a finished room over the garage, and in order to get to the stairs, to get to that finished room over the garage, you have to walk through the unfinished garage. Because the garage is not finished, because it's probably not heated, I can't count the frog as part of my total heated living area. Total heated living area are these three things. If you have space that doesn't fit in all three of these things, I can still promote it. I can still advertise it. I can put in pictures. What I can't do is include it in my total heated living area. This is about the time of the class that I start getting questions. Why have this space in my house with this count? My neighbor has a space in their house with this count. I can't answer that because I can't see it. So what you guys can do is ask yourselves, is it adequately heated? Is it finished? And is it directly accessible? And if you can answer yes to all three of those, because you're looking at it, if you can answer yes to all three of those, then yes, it can be counted as your total heated living area criteria. Like I said, not all space under the home is going to qualify. The garage is the best example. The unfinished basement. If you walk down in the basement, it's like dirt, concrete. It's not going to count. I can still advertise it. You need to advertise it because it's a big part of the home. It's a big selling point. What I'm telling you is you can't call it total heated living area criteria. So we got our three things that we must have. When we're looking at properties, one thing that we need to take into consideration is whether the space is above grade or below grade. Above grade space, it's sitting above the earth. Below grade space, at least one side touches earth. One side is in the ground. And as one side touches earth, that's considered below grade. You and I don't care as much about this as the appraiser does. The appraiser's job is to determine value. And below grade space doesn't have the value that above grade space has. You and I do not determine value. Not my job, stay in your lane. So while you and I are not determining value, we can look at space and look at our seller and say, you got below grade space. The appraiser is going to see this as less valuable than the above grade space. Is the below grade space finished? It has more value than unfinished. How's it accessible? Some basements you can access from inside the home. Some basements are a walkout basement, which means you have to walk outside to get to the door to access the basement. So just having this understanding that the appraiser takes this into consideration, so we can have these conversations with our sellers when we're helping them determine square footage and price. Remember back in unit 6, we talked about unpermitted space. If it's heated, finished, and directly accessible, and it's unpermitted, I can count it in my total heated living area. However, I've got to disclose that it's not been permitted. So if you have unpermitted space that meets those 3 criteria, it always has to meet those 3 criteria. And you have unpermitted space, I can put it in my total heated living area, but I've got to disclose somewhere that the finished basement was finished without permits. What I'd like you guys to do now, hold your place in the book, and we're going to flip to the back, and we're going to find Appendix C. Appendix C. And while you guys are looking, let me get page numbers for you. My new book people, you're on page 805. Old book people, you are old book people is 743. So 805 or 743, depending on who you are. What we're looking at in Appendix C is your residential square footage guidelines. This is a publication straight from the Real Estate Commission. You could buy one if you wanted to. Don't buy it yet. You got Appendix C that you can look at for now. Your firm may provide it. Let's go ahead and call Appendix C your measuring Bible. So when you're going to measure a home, this is where you need to be, because this is where the Real Estate Commission tells us how we need to measure our homes. Flip over to the next page, 806 or 744. For your exams, I want you guys on 806, 807, or 744 and 745. Of Appendix C, this is where I want you guys now. You'll eventually get to the rest of it. So the first couple pages there. The first page, that gray box on the left, that's giving you some more information about above grade and below grade. Next to it, there's your living area criteria, 806 or 744. There's your heated, finished, and directly accessible. Talks about the ceiling heights is 7 feet. If you're in an attic with a bonus room, that bonus room may have sloped ceilings. It can count if the bottom slope is 5 feet. So sloped ceilings, and it's finished, adequately heated, and directly accessible. You always have to have those 3 things. Then on page 807 and 745, we get into some more specifics, like how do we count an attic? There's our basement. There's our bay window. Stairs. Stairs count 2 different levels. Stairs count on both levels. I am not an artist, but if you could bear with me for just 1 second. Does everybody see stairs? That's what I tried to draw. Okay, good. If you're looking at stairs, oftentimes stairs, when they descend, they're going to count on both levels. In your mind, when you look at stairs, put an imaginary hinge on the stairs. And if you fold those stairs up, you're going to have stair on the second level, and you're going to have space underneath. So generally speaking, stairs count on both the upper level where they descend and then the low level underneath. Before we leave today, I have a video that I'm going to put in the chat and share with you guys for you to watch after class if you're interested. It's a video on measure and it kind of goes through the process, walks you through a lot of what we're talking about in Appendix C and Unit 8. I think it was a well done video. There is more in that video than what you need, but what you need is also in that video. And it's about an 8 or 9 minute video. So make sure you have some time. So again, I'll put the link. It's a YouTube channel. And I'll put that link in the chat before we leave today. If I remember. Hit me a note. Because that video, again, it just does a nice job. It was done by the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors several years ago. So they kind of just go through. It's good to see somebody actually doing what we're talking about right here. So let's talk about specifically how we can measure. Generally speaking, when we first measure a home, by the way, they don't all have 4 walls. Sometimes they have dents and insides and outsides. They're not all perfect squares and rectangles. So this is your home that you're measuring. Let's say this is the garage. The garage is not finished. The garage is not heated, so I can't count the garage. So when you're measuring a home, at a minimum, for many MLSs, not required by the commission, but for many MLSs, at a minimum, we are required to put in total heated square footage. To get that total heated square footage, when we measure, we always start outside. And we're going to measure from corner to corner to corner. We're going to start outside and measure the whole way around to get everything under the roof. Once we do that, then we go inside, measure the garage, and deduct that. So start outside, get it all, and then go inside and measure what doesn't count so we can deduct it. At a minimum, this is what most MLSs require. What is the total heated living area, which would be this space, assuming it's heated, finished, and directly accessible? You may come across space that you can't get to outside. Maybe it is below grade and all 4 sides are in the earth and you can't get down in the earth to measure it. Maybe it's a property where the second story is bigger than the first story. So you can measure the first story, the first floor outside. You cannot measure the second floor outside safely. I never want any of you on a ladder with a measuring tape, okay? So you can't safely measure that second floor outside. So what you would need to do in this case, if you can't measure outside, then you go inside and you measure the exterior walls. What I mean by an exterior wall is on the other side of the wall is the outside. So you go inside, you measure the exterior walls, in this case on the second floor, and then you add 6 inches to each wall. By adding 6 inches, that accounts for the width of the wall and the studs and the sheetrock and the exterior siding. So if you cannot measure outside, then you go inside, measure exterior walls, and add 6 inches to each wall. And that'll give you the square footage for the second floor. Again, if anything doesn't apply, then we want to deduct that out. The exception to this rule. if you're measuring a condo. What do we remember about condo owners? They own just the inside, paint to paint, right? Sheetrock to sheetrock. So if you're measuring a condo, you always measure inside, exterior walls, inside, and you do not add 6 inches. Measure the exterior walls. Condo owners don't own exterior. They just own from paint to paint. Yeah, I don't want to. Here's the deal, you guys. As listing agents, you have 2 choices. You can either measure your own listings. You can take your measuring Bible with you. You can go with a seasoned agent. You can shadow a seasoned agent, watch them measure. You can learn how to measure. Or you can hire somebody to measure for you. Now, I get a question all the time. Can I ask the seller to pay for that? Sure. But remember that competitive listing appointment? If we're competing and you tell the seller you'll take care of measuring, and then I look at the seller and say, well, you're going to have to pay for that. Which one looks better? So we can ask, but guys, more often than not, that's part of our expense. So you have a choice. You either take your time and you go do it yourself, or you take your money and you have somebody else do it. Remember, you're the listing agent. You are always responsible for the accuracy. So if you're hiring somebody to do your measuring, you need to make sure that they know what they're doing. You need to make sure that they have Appendix C, that they have these residential square footage guidelines. So they're measuring not their way, but the real estate commission's way. I could pretty much take all the agents I know and divide them straight down the middle, 50-50. Some measure their own listings, some hire somebody else to do it. No right or wrong way to do that. I encourage you guys, when you first get started, to at least go shadow somebody measuring a home so you can have an idea what it's about, even if you choose not to measure your own. I encourage you to at least go with somebody and kind of see the process. The first time you go measure a home, it'll take you forever. You're going to feel like you're never going to leave. It's the longest day of your life. The second time you go to measure a home, it's a little bit better. The third time you go to measure a home, it's a little bit better. So it gets better and better and better. And one day you'll be old hats at it and you'll be like, gosh, remember when I was spending all day measuring a house? So you'll get good at it. Thoughts on that? Measuring your own or hiring somebody else to do it? Doesn't matter. You're responsible for it. Yeah, Phil.
So again, I'm not the expert, but do most people just use the previous owners? You know, there's a diagram that they got from the builder. Or do they actually call somebody in
Yes.
to measure?
We can't use the previous owners. We can't use what's in the tax records. We can't use what a previous firm reported as a square footage. We've got to do our own work.
Because it's funny. I've never seen, and we've bought and sold a lot of homes. I've never seen any of our agents measure. And maybe once I've seen somebody come in and walk with a tape. So
there's the real world.
Okay, right.
And then there's the pre-licensing world.
Okay.
What's the real estate commission say?
Right, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I get it. Does everybody do it right? No, they don't. And you know what I see violations and disciplinary actions for? Not on the regular, or every once in a while. Something to do with improper reporting, improper square footage. We get some wiggle room. Like if you look at MLS, most of our square footage is reported in a range because the commission does understand that I'm not an appraiser. I'm not the professional. So they do give me a little bit of wiggle room, but I need to have it as accurate. And if you guys go measure, do you think you're going to keep your work, keep your diagram, keep your sketches, keep your notes from when you went to measure? You going to keep that in your transaction files?
You have to, don't you, for 3 years, you said?
Because what do we document?
Everything.
Everything. I got some blank stares. So let's do that again. Do y'all think you're going to keep your sketches and your measurements Yes, because what do we document?
Everything.
Everything. If it goes down, the commission wants to prove that you did it. If you hire somebody, you need to make sure that when they're done, they're willing to release their sketches and their notes to you so you can have it for your documentation. So don't just hire anybody off the street, you guys. Vet this person. And again, you can start with your firm. Many agents in your firm have a guy that does that. You can start with one of them. But I need you all to understand that you are responsible for the accuracy. I can't look at, to Phil's point, I don't know that what a previous agent put in MLS is accurate. I don't know that the tax records are very rarely right. What the seller tells me their square footage is, my gosh, I can't even rely on builders' blueprints. I've got to do the work myself. And either that's me out there measuring or that's having somebody do it for me.
Would that also be considered copyright if you use someone else's measurements? Or
Absolutely.
okay.
Absolutely. So if you go into a previous history on the property and you see another firm listed it 5 years ago, I can just take their square footage, right? No. Can't take their pictures, can't take their, you can't take another firm's work. So with measuring, let's remember a couple of things. I'm going to take you back to Unit 4. Remember our area math in Unit 4? So when we're measuring, we're trying to determine square foot. How do we determine square foot? Length times width. This is more applicable when we're looking at the room. Julie, what's the square footage of this room? Well, I'm going to go get my my tool, which is my laser measurer. That thing is so cool. Y'all wait till you get one. So you take your laser measure and you hold it up to the wall, and it's got this little laser light that points to the other wall. And you go, boop, and it tells you how many feet in inches. And then you take it to this wall and you hold it up and you point it to that wall and you go, boop, and it tells you how many feet in inches. I just measured this whole room and boop, boop, that amount of time, right? That's a fun toy. You may want to invest in that. Outside, I can't do that because you need a wall to point it to. So outside, we're going to need better measuring tape. Also in Unit 4, we talked about cost per square foot. Sometimes we can use cost per square foot. Remember, in this case, that word per is a fancy word for divide. So we can often use cost per square foot. How much does each square foot cost? And this can help us compare cost per square foot to other homes in the area when we're trying to help the seller determine listing price. Definitely a tool, cost per square foot. The other thing that we talked about in Unit 4, maybe I'm just throwing this in here to see where we are. Why don't you guys set your private chat? Private chat just to me. I want to hear from everybody, please. It's part of that class participation thing. Everybody got your private chat set? Let's just throw this in for fun. How many square feet are in 1 acre? Are we in? Four little old ladies driving 35 and a 60. 43,560 square feet. Again, length times width give us square foot of the lot. If we want to know how many acres are in that lot, 43,560 square feet in an acre. So a little refresher. Four little old ladies, that's right, driving 35 and a 60. All right. So measuring, and what does this all mean for us? We're expected to possess the expertise necessary to properly and accurately report the square footage. Put yourself in the buyer's shoes. You buy a house, you think you're buying 3,500 square feet. You think you're buying 3,500 square feet because that's what your agent told you. And you trust your agent. You have no reason to doubt them. So sweet, I'm buying 3,500 square feet. 10 years from now, you go to sell that house and somebody measures it and they're like, yeah, you got 2,800. Are you upset? You better believe you are. We've got to be accurate with these guys. Buyers have a right to know what they're buying. And that's accuracy in the listing. I'm not telling you guys you have to measure. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. I do encourage you to go watch somebody to measure so you can be familiar with the process, so you can know what's going on. Your BIC may make you. Great question. I'm actually going to get to that in just 1 second. Yep. So if you don't want to measure, that's fine. Y'all want my free tip for the day? You want some free advice for the day? If you are going to measure on your own, if you are going to measure your own listings, why don't you invest in some rubber boots? Because you're going to be back there in bushes and shrubbery and things slither and crawl. Rubber boots. It's your free tip for the day. At least it go over your foot. Okay. Retention of records. This is our commission rule that says we got to keep it all. And show me on your hand, how long do I keep everything? How long do I retain records? 3 years. And retention of records does include my sketches, my calculations, my graph paper, whatever information I have that I measured or that the person I hired measured. We've got to keep all that documentation because, again, if it goes down, there was a disciplinary action earlier this year. Agent hired an appraiser to measure her listing. She hired a professional appraiser to measure her listing. And she looked at the appraiser's report and said, that can't be right. I'm going to put in the number that I think it is. She went against what the professional appraiser told her. And guess what? She got caught and she got a disciplinary action. Why are you hiring somebody if you're not going to rely, if you don't rely on what they say? Does that kind of make sense? So vet these people out. Don't let it doesn't, right? Don't let the 16-year-old down the street measure it for you. They don't know. Yes. Maybe just, is that a question or an accidental unmute? Okay. So for us as a listing agent, to our previous question, you got to do the work yourself. I cannot rely on what the seller says. The seller may look at me and say, let me save you some time. You don't need to come out here and measure. I know my house is so many square feet. You going to put your career on that statement from this stranger that you just met an hour ago? You willing to put your career on that? Shake your head no. So we cannot rely on what the seller tells us. If the seller provides you with builder's blueprints, I can't rely on that. Tax records are very rarely right. We cannot rely on previous MLS. To sum this page up, guys, you are the one that is responsible for the accuracy of the measurements in the MLS. Is everybody good with that? If it goes down and you didn't do it, it's going to go down further. At least if you did it, you got documentation. I mean, you're human, you make mistakes, but at least if you did it, you got that you did it. So you are responsible as the listing agent. Another question we had earlier is about the buyer's agent or the selling agent. Remember, the selling agent is the one working with the buyer. And for the most part, buyer's agents and buyers should be able to rely on what's MLS. Unless you have a little red flag go up or your buyer says, are you sure this room is right? I've never measured this room. I need to so I can make a point. But let's just pretend that this room is 300 square feet. the average eye, if this room is 300 square feet and I put 295 in MLS, the average eye cannot walk in this room and say, clearly this is 5 square feet off. The average person can't do that. And we got a little bit of wiggle room. They say 10% up or down. So if you're off by 5 square feet, it's okay. However, the average eye should be able to walk in this room. If it's advertised as 300, or if it is 300, excuse me, if it is 300 and it's advertised as 500 square foot, the average eye should be able to walk in this room and say, this doesn't look 500 square feet. Let me go get my tape measure and measure it. Let me verify it. So as a buyer's agent, you should be able to rely on MLS, unless you or your buyer's little red flag goes up. Your buyer says, this really doesn't look 300 to me. It looks much bigger than 300. Hang on, buyer. Let me run to the trunk of my car and get my laser measurer so we can come in and measure this room real quick. It takes me longer to go to my car to get it than it does to actually measure this room. What questions do I have on measuring?
Is that why sometimes you look on the report and they have like a range for the house instead of like a number?
Yeah, BJ, and that's from the MLSs. So most of our MLSs will report, like you said, the range, and you can expect that the actual will fall somewhere in between there. But it helps protect me and you because we're not appraisers, right? We're not the experts. So it gives us a little bit of wiggle room. It also gives the buyer a little bit of wiggle room. So when the buyer has it appraised, the appraiser will tell them their opinion of the square footage. So they'll get the actual amount from the appraiser.
So when they get the actual amount, then they post a range just to be on the safe side? Is that what you're saying?
No, the appraiser reports the specific number. You and I just do the range.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. The appraiser is going to say this property is 1,386 square feet. You and I are going to say it's between 1,200 and 1,350 or whatever that range is. I don't think I was in my range, but and that range is generated by MLS. So when you're inputting your listing, you put the actual number in and then it creates the range.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So you're going to put in, 3,500. MLS is going to report 2,800 to 4,200, for example.
It's funny because down in the Raleigh area, just every single listing that we saw, we were there 8 years, it included the dimensions of every room. Now up here in the Cornelius, Huntersville, Davidson area, I've never seen a dimension of any room in any listing.
Yeah. I think a lot of it, Phil, because the last couple of years, and you've been looking in the last couple of years, we haven't had to do anything to sell a house. Houses sell themselves. All you got to do is put a for sale sign in the yard and things under contract, So a lot of agents, I don't know a nice way to say this, don't have the energy as other agents. And a lot of agents say, this thing's going to go under contract 10 hours anyway. Why am I going to waste my time measuring? Out of this crazy market, you still have some agents that aren't as enthusiastic as others. Remember, it's not required. You can't make anybody report it. If I were a seller, I would want to see it. I would want you to advertise the dimensions of my kitchen, my living room, my dining room, my bedrooms, because I think that's important to a buyer. I think when buyers are looking, that's part of what, will my kitchen furniture fit in here? Will my bedroom furniture fit in here? We can, help them determine if they'll fit by looking at those dimensions. What we need to understand is it's not required. No square footage is required by the real estate commission. And if the MLS requires it, all they're requiring is the total heated square footage. They're not requiring room dimensions. Those are optional. Maybe they're not there for a reason. Maybe they are. If it's important to your buyer, it's important to me. So if your buyer needs a bedroom with dimensions of this and that, and those dimensions aren't in MLS, you need to take your tool, your laser measurer, and help your buyer verify that the square footage of the bedroom that they want matches. Does that make sense? So are they always in MLS? No. For various reasons, they don't have to be. But I do think it's helpful. I know, like I said, a lot of sellers want to see it because we know buyers are looking for it.
What would be like an average test question when it comes to the measurement? Would it only be math, or would it be something, you know, crazy written, said that we got?
Appendix C, the first 2 pages. Above grade, below grade, the 3 things that are required. Anything else on measuring? Another important thing that comes up when we're getting the listing ready for the seller, when we're having the conversation with the seller about listing their property, probably one of the bigger conversations that comes up, what are you going to list it for? What are you going to sell it for? What are you going to list it for? I'm talking about 2 different things right here. We start the seller by determining, in our opinion, what we think the probable sales price of their home will be, using our comparative market analysis. A CMA is not an appraisal. An agent doesn't get to say the word value because we are not appraisers. Stay in your lane. When I'm looking at sellers, I do my CMA, and I'm going to look at the seller and say, based on my CMA, I think the probable sales price of your home will be between X amount and X amount. Based on our probable sales price, we can determine the list price. So if I run my CMA and I find a probable sales price of $200,000 to $225,000, I have a range of a probable sales price. Where within that range am I going to list it? Is it going to be on the high end of the range or the low end of the range? It depends on the condition of the property. How does it relate to other homes in that neighborhood? How does it relate to other things that have recently sold or recently closed? If you have a home that was built in the 80s and it's never had an update, the kitchen is original, the bathrooms are original, the carpet, it's never had an update. It doesn't hold the value as the house down the street that was updated in 2010. You guys with me? So we're going to use other properties to help the seller based on our CMA. I got a whole unit dedicated to this, so this is all we're going to say about this for now. We're going to talk about CMAs. We're going to put on an appraiser's hat in Unit 17. So we'll spend Unit 17 talking about the appraiser's process versus what we do with our CMAs. The important thing is we're helping the sellers determine an appropriate list price. Guys, always remember, the seller's the one in control because they are the boss. They hired you, right? The person that's hired you is your boss. So the seller is your boss. And bottom line, I'm going to put the listing price in and whatever they decide. I'm going to show them my CMA. I'm going to show them why I think this is their probable sales price. I'm going to give them my opinion. I'm going to tell them everything I know about this for them to decide what they want to list it at. You will come across unrealistic sellers. Remember, you guys, the seller, this is their home. Do we know the statement, values in the eye of the beholder? To the seller, they have more value. This is their home. To everybody else in the world, it's just a house. So the seller comes into this naturally with more value. And if they're completely unrealistic, if you don't believe in their heart of hearts that you can sell the home for what they want, you may be best to thank them for their time and walk away. If you take an overpriced listing and you know it's overpriced, you know no buyer's ever going to pay that. I ask you, why are you spending your time on that? Why are you spending your marketing dollars on that? Why are you putting your energy into something that you know won't sell? Make sense? We need to be on the same page with the seller. And if we can't be on the same page, we may have to walk away. I had a listing appointment several years ago, and it was just the nicest couple I have ever met. They were so sweet. And it got to the point of the listing appointment where we were talking about price. And I whipped out my CMA and I went over my information. And I said, based on my CMA, I say your probable sales price is between 95,000. I think I said 102, somewhere in there. They shot each other a look. That look that made me go, uh-oh. I said 95 to 102. I could probably list it for 105. In this market, I could probably list it for 108. It wasn't this market. So I had to be cautious of what kind of market I was in. Sellers looked at me and said, we were hoping to get 135, I think. I'm down here at 100. They're up here at 135. Are we way off? And it's not over yet. Hang on. It's not like I said, well, y'all have a nice day. And I got up and I walked out. It's not over yet. I said, may I ask how you came to that 135? I showed you where I came to my range. Why don't you show me where you came to your 135? And at that point, the seller pulled out a piece of paper that told me everything that they did in that home since they owned it. Spent X amount on a water heater, spent X amount on the deck. And I said, I appreciate this. This is helpful because now I can see that you have newer stuff. But it's kind of like, have you guys ever heard the first time you drive a brand new car off the lot, it loses value as soon as you hit the street? As soon as you put a new roof is more valuable than a 30-year-old roof, absolutely. But as soon as you get your first rainstorm, your first sun, your first weather on the roof, it starts losing a little bit of value. In other words, you're not going to get 100% return. And that's what these guys were hoping for. I said, thank you for sharing this piece of paper with me. I went back to my team leader. Sometimes two heads are better than one. I said, will you look at some numbers with me? And her and I sat down and did a CMA. And she said, Jules, there's no way we can get 135. I said, I agree. I said, maybe if the right buyer comes along, we get them like 106, 107, but we're way off here. In the end, they held strong at 135. I thanked them for their time, wished them the best, and went about my life. I don't know. When I lose a listing for any reason, I will stop that listing because I want to know who listed it and for how much. I never did see that one come on the market. So don't know what they did. I know they didn't list it in MLS. You've got to know when, if, like I said, if you don't believe in your heart of hearts that you can move this product, all you're doing is wasting your time, your money, your energy. Questions or comments? Again, much more on CMAs in Unit 17. Bear with me. Questions or comments? Also working with sellers, and buyers too, but specifically with sellers, we have a duty always to avoid conflicts of interest. And we're working with sellers. One of those conflicts of interest could be when I'm listing a property that I own. My name is on the deed. I can list property that I own. I can buy property for myself. I can work as a buyer and a buyer's agent. I can work as a seller or listing agent. I'm not going to pay another agent commission or let another agent get commission off of me buying or selling a home. So absolutely, I can list property that I own. I cannot represent the buyer in that transaction. Do we see the conflict of interest? Old Car says I owe my clients loyalty and obedience. I put them on a pedestal. The truth is, if I'm the owner of record, whose best interest do I actually have? It's not my buyer. It is me. Huge conflict of interest. So if I'm the owner of record, I cannot represent the buyer in that transaction. Somebody else from my firm, question comes in about dual agency. Somebody else from my firm could work with that buyer. Yep. So we could still be in dual. I'm not going to be the buyer's agent. All good rules have exceptions. The exception to this one is if you own and are listing commercial property. If you have less than a 25% interest, you could represent the buyer as long as you go into that with full disclosure. Buyer calls you, you have a commercial property listed for sale, you have a 10% ownership interest. Buyer calls you and says, I'm interested in buying this commercial property. Can you help me? And you say, I can. You need to understand, I own 10%. I have an interest. Buyer says, yeah, that's fine, whatever. You can proceed, full disclosure. The last little piece in this section, we've already seen this before. This was back in Unit 7, so you can give your hand a break. It's also on 217 for you. Agency agreements have to end at some point. So different way that our listing agreement specifically can end. Go to closing, you've done the job that they hired you to do. If you hit your definite end date and expires, it's over. Mutual agreement between the seller and the firm. They agreed to get into the listing agreement together. They can agree to get out. Either party breaches. Operation of law. If the judge takes the property, may that be for foreclosure, eminent domain, adverse possession. If the judge takes the property, it's no longer the seller's to sell. Destruction or condemnation of the property can terminate the listing agreement, or death or incapacity of either party. Please always remember the agency, the listing agreement is between the seller and the firm. So if the individual agent passes away, or if the individual agent's license goes inactive, the show goes on. It'll just be reassigned. It does not terminate. In order for the firm to die, they'd have to shut their doors. So if the firm dies, or if the seller passes away, that would terminate our listing. Questions? Let's take 10. We come back, we're going to get into our seller disclosures. we hear it that time? Fixed it. All right, welcome back. Sarah's outside. Jealous. I will be outside at about 2:02 today. All right, let me take attendance. So we're working through, or we have worked through various things that we need to gather. There's a lot of information to get before you can list a property for sale, right? Like we said, we're doing lots of research. We're verifying, communicating with the seller, making sure that we report the accurate information. That's the key word there. Truth is, you could throw any slop in there you want to. Commission rule says we need to put in accurate information. There is a difference, you guys. So making sure we're verifying it. Another big piece when we're working with sellers is there's certain seller disclosures. Remind me what it means to disclose?
To say or tell.
To say or tell. So if there's seller disclosures, there's certain things that the seller may be required to tell or to say. So seller disclosures fall under the North Carolina Residential Property Disclosure Act. And one seller disclosure, the form itself is called, what a mouthful, Residential Property Owners Association Disclosure Statement. Say that twice fast. Are you guys good going forward? If I refer to the Residential Property Owners Association Disclosure Statement as the RPODs, write this down so when I say RPODs, we know what I'm talking about. But if I try to say that every time, I'll trip over it practically every time. So when we refer to the RPODs, the RPODs is a seller disclosure. The RPODs is a very interesting form. It's a mandatory form, which means the seller is required under this act to provide it. Y'all remember caveat emptor? Who can remind me what caveat emptor means?
Buyer beware.
Buyer beware.
Buyer beware. Even though we have mandatory disclosure forms, the seller is still not required to disclose because of caveat emptor. This is an interesting form. It's mandatory, meaning the seller has to provide it, but whether or not they disclose or not is optional. The RPODs is required of most residential sellers. The biggest exemption that you will have for not completing or not having your sellers complete this form is new construction. Or if I may word that a different way, never before lived in dwelling. So if it's never been lived in, new construction, just been built, nobody's ever moved in, it would be exempt from the RPODs. A couple other exemptions as well, but like I said, that's the big one. Even the unrepresented sellers are required to complete the RPODs. This is not an if you have an agent form. This is a seller disclosure. So even if the seller's going FSBO, for sale by owner, it's still required. Again, new construction being the biggest exemption. The RPODs is a seller's form, so it's their responsibility to complete it. I cannot do it for them. I can help, I can assist, I can provide them the form, I can answer questions. I can't do it for them. This is what I mean by a seller's disclosure. This is not an agent disclosure. This is a seller's disclosure. Turn with me, and I know I said don't look at forms, but I think these are okay. We're good to look here. Turn with me in your book. New book people, you're on page 219. Old book people, you are on 226. So 219 or 226, we're looking at our RPODs. And it starts with instructions to property owners, telling them what they need to know. This, once again, helps put words in our mouth So when we're having conversations with the sellers about what this form needs and what they need to do, we have it right there. There's a note to the buyer. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So if you're working with buyers, you can help them understand what they need to know about it. And then turn the page. So either on 220 or 227. You can see on those 2 pages, there's a list. There's like a list of 20 items on the first page there. And then the next half a page, 31. There's a whole bunch of questions we're going to ask the seller about the condition of the various components of their home. We're going to ask the seller about when it was constructed. We're going to ask them about the roof and leaks and plumbing and electrical and septic system. And on the right-hand side there, you can see the seller's choices to each item. They have the option to say, yes, there is an issue with this. No, there is not an issue with this. Or I'm going to exercise my right under caveat emptor and check no representation. If the seller chooses to check no representation, that is their right. They don't have to disclose. Mandatory form, which means they have to provide it. Optional disclosure, which means they have the option to say no representation. If they do say, yes, there's a problem, there's a space under that second page there, under item number 31. If you say yes to any of the above, what's wrong with it? You can't just say it's broke. If you're going to disclose that it's broke or not working, then they want you to go further, the seller to go further and say, what is wrong with it? If the seller checks yes or no, and throughout the listing, the condition changes, then we need to do an updated RPOS. That's the second bullet point here. We need to keep this thing accurate throughout the listing. So if the seller says, yes, this is broke, and then they fix it, we got to get them to do a new RPOS. If the seller says, no, this isn't broke, and then it breaks, we need to get them to do a new RPOS. That's what we're referring to. It needs to be kept accurate throughout the listing. If they say yes or no and something changes, we need to get them to do a new RPOS. This second bullet point is something I've seen pop up in the disciplinary actions this year. This is one of these things. This is the real life piece of it. So make sure we're keeping that. Something breaks or gets fixed, we need to keep it updated. Under this act, it requires the seller to disclose this form, to provide this form, mandatory form. They have the option to say no representation. What if the seller doesn't provide the form? That is their responsibility under this act. That's what we mean by a mandatory form. They have to provide the form. What if they don't, though? The seller should have this form available to the buyer before they make the offer. Once you guys get into your MLSs, you'll see through your access that we can attach documents in MLS. And 98.5% of the time, the RPOs and the seller disclosures are in the MLS so agents can see them. When my buyer calls me and says, I want to go see 123 Main Street, I'm looking at the RPOs. I'm looking at the seller disclosures. However, you may have the rare time that the form is not available. Your buyer can still contract. We can still present an offer, negotiate, and go under contract. But if the buyer doesn't receive the RPOs, if the buyer doesn't receive the form, and we go under contract, failure to receive the form gives the buyer the right to cancel. And their right to cancel, back on page 219 or 226, this is what we're looking at, that note to buyer. Failure to receive the form either 3 days following the buyer's receipt or 3 days following contract formation, the buyer has the option, they have the right to terminate. If they do terminate, they are terminating for failure to receive this form under the Act. Any deposits and fees they put down, they'll get back. So if nothing else, if you have sellers dragging their feet, and they do, and you have sellers dragging, oh, I'll get to it tonight after dinner. Oh, I'll do it this weekend. It may not be a priority to them. I could still list it. I'll put it on the market. But I need my seller to know failure to provide the form could be an out for my buyer, our buyer. This market, not a big deal, right? I got 12 other buyers on the front yard with an offer in their hand. But what about when we get back down to a buyer's market? It took me 4 months to find this one buyer, and you didn't do the form, and you're telling me we're risk losing them? No matter what market we're in, if the seller fails to provide the form, the rest of the form, by the way, the last page and a half, starting on number 32, going to the end, that's homeowners association information. So if it's not in an HOA, and I actually do see it just crossed out. So if it's not in an HOA, you don't need to do the last page and a half. The Residential Property Disclosure Act is covered under Commission Rule 58A.0114. Don't need to know this. I just put it here for reference and to make me sound official. I got a rule, I got a number. And basically what this rule covers is my role with the ARPOs, my role with the seller disclosure. Please, my role is not to complete the form. Oh, just give me the pen and let me do it. No, you don't live there. You don't know about leaks in the roof and plumbing and electrical. It is a seller disclosure. So what's my role? My role is to let the sellers know their obligation to complete this form. My role is to let the buyers know their right to terminate if they don't receive it. My role is to help deliver this form from the seller to the buyer. I just said most of the time it's an MLS. Doesn't have to be. They don't regulate how we get it to the buyer. So if you want to email it to them or snail mail it to them or whatever, just that we assist in delivering. It's a mandatory form for the seller with optional disclosure because of caveat emptor. First of a couple of seller disclosures is the ARPOs. Questions on that? I would focus on this first page, instructions to property owners and note to buyers. Another seller disclosure is called the mineral and oil and gas disclosure statement, affectionately referred to as the MOG. Remember Unit 2? Remember our subsurface rights? The seller may sever. They may intend to sever. Whether or not they're going to sever, they intend to sever, they have severed. It's covered by the MOG. The seller has to disclose to the buyer if they have severed or if they intend to sever. If we look page 225, new book people, 230, old book people, we see our MOG. Again, instruction to property owners. The seller has a duty to provide it in most cases. The MOG is not exempt with new construction. The MOG is required with new construction. The biggest reason why the MOG might be exempt is vacant land. Vacant land sales are not required to provide the MOG. So on 225 or 230, we have instruction to property owners, we have note to buyer, purchaser. And then you have the seller representations. So the first three are about the mineral rights. The mineral rights were severed from the previous property owner, in which case the seller can say yes, no, or no representation. And then it asks, the seller has severed the mineral rights or the seller intends to sever the mineral rights. And in this case, their only options are yes or no. No representation is not an option. Again, a buyer deserves to know what they're buying. So if you're buying a home where the subsurface rights have been severed, or they intend to be severed, don't you deserve to know that? So if the seller's going to do it or they intend to do it, no representation is not an option. And then 4, 5, and 6 go through that same little exercise, only with oils and gases. So the MOG, the big exemption for the MOG is vacant land. And the reason it's vacant land, it sounds funny because we're still selling land, right? You could still have the subsurface rights severed. The reason why land, and I think this is a flaw in the law, but I'd probably never say that to a judge. The name of the act is the North Carolina Residential Property Disclosure Act. So the name of the act implies it only applies to residential property. Vacant land is not residential property. Is that a flaw? I don't know, but it is what it is. So vacant land does not apply. The MOG is covered under Commission Rule 58A.0119. Again, I don't necessarily need you to read this. I put it here for reference if you want to. There's your Commission Rule. Quick story for you. Once upon a time ago, the MOG used to be a line in the RPODs. So it was one of those item lines in the RPODs. Several years ago, I mean, we got the form in like 2015, so it's still a relatively new form. But several years ago, several years prior to that, there was a developer that bought a whole bunch of land. This happened in Texas. And there was a developer that bought a whole bunch of land and they cleared it, subdivided it, and built houses on it. They developed the land and built houses on it. The developer severed the subsurface rights, but didn't disclose to the buyers. So the developer's selling lots and homes left and right to people that had no idea that they didn't have the rights to their subsurface items. You know, in Texas, we're dealing a lot with oil. So a homeowner in that development was out back one day digging for something. Lo and behold, struck oil. It's like Beverly Hillbillies kind of stuff, right? Dude was like, oh, I'm rich. And the builder said, yeah, no, that's mine. I have rights to that. Turned into this huge lawsuit. And because of that, we all have a form that we have to use now to disclose if you severed or intend to sever. We don't see much oil here in North Carolina, but I'll tell you what's happening coming soon to an area pretty close to you. Fracking. Fracking is extracting the gases from the ground. And if those gases are severed, the person that lives on that ground may not have the rights to them. And that's where we're going to see the MOG, primarily in North Carolina. Questions on the MOG? All right, so with these, our role. We still always have this duty to discover and disclose material facts. It does not matter how the seller completes their disclosures. So if the seller says, no, the roof doesn't leak, and you see stains on the ceiling and you see pots in the attic to collect the water from the roof leak, my little red flag's going up to discover, because I have this duty always to discover and disclose. If the seller says no representation, I still have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. probably the biggest conflict between seller and agent right here. Remember, you guys, I have to follow my seller's lawful instructions. So when they say the roof leaks, shh, don't tell anybody. Sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. Remember what we talked about 3 weeks ago when I met you for the first time? I always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. All agents in the transaction are going to help get this form to the buyer. I don't care if the buyer's your client or not. We all have a duty to assist in getting this form from the seller to the buyer. And that would include if you're a buyer's agent and your buyer's going after a for sale by owner. Maybe the FSBO knows that they need to do this form. Maybe they don't. But if they don't have it, you need to get it to them and tell them to complete it on behalf of your buyer. And if they say, I'm not going to do that, then we tell them to read that first page, because it tells the seller you could give them the right to terminate. You got a bird in your hand. Why are you going to give them the right to terminate? Mandatory forms, optional disclosures. Questions? Anything else? We're done working with sellers. Listing agents, all your work is done up front before you and I ever see it in MLS. Well, no, that's not true. A big chunk of your work is done up front before we ever see it online, Zillow, Realtor.com, wherever. There's a lot that goes into a listing. Again, your firms, you'll have checklists. You'll have things to help you. You got a listing agreement. Listing agreement starts as a great checklist. What do I need to ask the seller? That's what the listing agreement's for. Use it as a tool. It's an agency agreement, but you can also use it as a tool to help you gather the information. Questions on sellers? Y'all want to work with some buyers next? Yay, let's talk about working with buyers. You meet a buyer for the first time. What's one of the very first things you're going to do?
Working with real estate agents.
Hi, buyer. Hit first substantial contact. Let's do our working with real estate agent disclosure. And remember, you guys, the commission says at this point in time, we got to decide how we're going to work. Once I meet a buyer, sellers only have to answer the question, are you going to hire me or not? Buyers have to decide if they're going to hire you or not. You're going to be a seller sub agent. Are they going to allow you to be a dual agent? I know sellers do too. Are we going to do oral buyer agency? There's more decisions for buyers to make. There's more for us to explain when working with buyers than working with sellers. Sellers either hire you or not. Buyers have options. So specifically with buyers, I need to decide now how we're going to proceed. I need to decide where I'm going to put you in my plane. Are you going to get old car in first class? Or are you going to get honesty, fairness, and the disclosure of material facts back in coach? So we've done our disclosure. We've decided how we're going to proceed. When I'm working with buyers, there's several different ways that I can proceed. One way that I can proceed is to act as a seller sub-agent, which means I'm working with an unrepresented buyer. Seller sub-agency, nice review. In seller sub-agency, the buyer is my customer. In seller sub-agency, who gets my loyalty?
The seller.
The seller.
Seller.
Yep. The buyer is just a customer. Everything I do in this transaction is because it's what's in the best interest of the seller. The seller and the listing firm allowed me to proceed with an unrepresented buyer. They've got to allow me. If they say no to seller sub-agency, I can't be a part of this transaction. If they say no to seller sub-agency, I can only bring my buyer clients. If they say no, the only way for me, well, one of the only ways for me to get money would be if they say, no, we're not doing seller sub-agency. And the buyer says, no, I'm not going to hire you. The buyer has said no and the seller has said no. Do I have anybody else to go to? I'm done, right? I got 2 no's. So the only way for me to possibly get anything out of this transaction would be to refer that buyer to the listing firm. Refer that buyer to the listing firm and let them work with the buyer customer. You may, and hear me stress the word may, I cannot stress this enough. At some point in this transaction, this buyer may look at you and say, gee, I wish I could have representation. Can I change my mind and move to first class? I don't like coach as much as I thought I did. Can I change my mind and move to first class? That buyer is asking you to switch roles. That buyer is asking you to switch sides. You were hanging out over here with the seller, and now the buyer's asking you to switch sides and come over here. This method of doing our business is not encouraged. This would be like a last ditch effort. And before you proceed, you need to pay attention to the couple musts in here. First and foremost, we have to get permission of the seller to switch sides. Because once I switch sides, my loyalty is no longer to the seller, is it? My loyalty switches to the buyer. And when I switch sides and that buyer now gets old car, including confidentiality, anything I had learned previously about the seller, once I switch, I now owe it to my buyer to share that with them. So not only does the seller have the right to give me permission to switch or not, I also need to remind them what, if anything, I know about them that could harm them if they allow me to switch sides. That's kind of rude, isn't it? They allowed you to hang over here with them and then you're going to abandon them. You're going to switch sides. It's just strongly discouraged, you guys, because there's so much confidential information. So if we're going to do this, we need to make sure that the seller clearly understands. And then we got to get a buyer into an oral or a written buyer agency agreement. Again, this is strongly encouraged because they don't want us in the practice of conducting our business this way. Many agents meet buyers for the first time and treat them as if they were a buyer's agent. But the truth is we didn't have that express conversation. We didn't have that express discussion about being a buyer's agent. And so you're working with them basically as a seller sub-agent because you never had the conversation of being a buyer's agent. And then all of a sudden you decide, I want you to be my client. We got to think this through. This is like last ditch effort. Strongly discouraged. Do not get in the habit of conducting your business this way. Questions on working as a seller sub-agent?
So would it be better if we maybe recommended them to somebody else?
That may be your best bet, Kiki. Absolutely. So you've been working with this buyer and all of a sudden they want to switch. You may want to refer them. If you don't have the seller's permission, you may have to refer them. You know what I'm saying? I can at least try to get you a referral fee. That would be better than nothing. So we can at least, because it might be the seller says, no, you know all my secrets. Why am I going to allow you to make the switch? I can't blame the seller. Can y'all? I know how low you're willing to go. I know you got to close by the end of the year. I know all sorts of good stuff about you, don't I? And now I'm asking you, can I have permission to switch sides and share all that information with my buyer? Seller's like, no, they like that less than dual agency. So it might be that to protect everybody, you say, let me refer you to somebody else in my office that's been out of this transaction. Let me refer you to somebody else that's been out of this transaction. I would agree, Kiki, much better. So I can work with a buyer as a seller subagent. Remember, you guys, you're either my customer or you're my client. If you're my customer, I'm a seller subagent. If you're my client, I'm a buyer's agent. And as a buyer's agent, I have a couple different options. One type of buyer's agency agreement that we have is called a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement. Non-exclusive meaning how many firms can the buyer date? The buyers play in the field, right? They're not committed to just one firm. We have a non-exclusive, this is in writing. I have a form. This is the name of the form. And I have a form for that. A lot of times buyers will call firms, different agents, and say, this is what I'm looking for. And the first one to find it wins. If you're the one that finds it, you're the one that'll get paid. If you're not the one that finds it, well, you're not going to get paid. It's non-exclusive, meaning we're allowing them to work with several different firms, understanding that I will only get paid if I procure the transaction. That procuring cause says, based on I started the chain of events that led this buyer to buy. You do have this form in your book in the online learning system. I'm not going to look at it because we're going to look at an exclusive buyer agency agreement instead. The big benefit of using this form over an oral buyer agency, at least we have some entitlement to compensation. With oral buyer agency, you got nothing. At least with this form, I know I'm going to get paid if I'm the one that found you the property. So non-exclusive. It's a written agency agreement. We sign it. We all agree I'm only going to get paid if I find you the property. We may also work with as a buyer's agent with a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement. Who can remind me, in oral buyer agency, what do I owe this buyer?
Old car.
Would we agree with that? Oral
Yes.
buyer agency. I see heads, Bob. I agree. Guys, remember the trick. Whenever you see oral buyer agency, cover that word oral up. And that's going to help remind you what type of agency we're dealing with here. Oral buyer agency is buyer agency. In oral buyer agency, I owe them old car. I have created agency. I just haven't asked them to sign. So as an oral buyer agent, of course, always start with your working with real estate agent disclosure. I can proceed. I can put this buyer in first class, and we can proceed as a buyer's agent. And we can go under this oral agreement up until the time we're ready to present the offer on behalf of the buyer. I got to reduce the agency agreement to writing before I present the first offer. Also remember too, the couple caveats to oral buyer agency. I cannot demand exclusivity. I cannot look at that buyer and say, you're only going to date my firm under an oral agreement. If I demand exclusivity, I got to put this thing in writing. Also, under oral buyer agency, we cannot have this agreement for a specific period of time. If I'm going to put a timeline, put a time period on our relationship, I say you're going to work with me for a day or a week or a month. whatever that specified period of time is, then we got to put it in writing. Please remember, you guys, the reason we get away with oral buyer agency, because it is an express agreement. Express meaning all of the terms have been clearly stated. I just haven't asked you to sign anything yet. Questions on that? So we had a written non-exclusive buyer agency agreement. We have an oral buyer agency agreement at first. And then we also have a written exclusive buyer agency agreement. Exclusive meaning how many firms? Just one. Pay attention to that word exclusive. It means a whole lot. So our exclusive buyer agency agreement says the buyer's only going to work with one firm. And guess what? When the buyer buys, firm will get paid. Did you find the buyer that property, or did the buyer find it on their own? Did the buyer walk into the break room at work and learn about the property from the seller, from their coworker? I don't care. Whenever the buyer buys, you get paid. Nice agreement, hey? Our exclusive buyer agency agreement must be in writing. As you guys are paying attention to this word exclusive, if you see exclusive, you know it's been in writing. If you see non-exclusive, maybe it's in writing, maybe it's not. You cannot have an oral exclusive agreement. So again, that word exclusive, you know it's in writing because it's exclusive. All the musts apply, which means we need a definite end date. And when it's over, it's over. You hire me for 4 months. If I can't find you a house in 4 months, we're done. Do we agree to extend it? Sure. Do we have to? No. Sometimes at the end of that 4 months, we're ready to part ways. So our exclusive buyer agency agreement. We'll look at this one in a second. This is the one that we'll check out. Probably when we get back from break, we'll look at it. So as a buyer's agent under an exclusive buyer agency agreement, we're going to learn when we look at this agreement that there are certain responsibilities of the buyer's agent. New book people, please look on page 242. Old book people, we're on 239. So 242 or 239. And you can see there you got our list. There's your checklist right there. What do I need to do as a buyer's agent? Ta-da, we're starting your checklist for you. So we're going to start, obviously, by doing our working with real estate agent disclosure. We've decided in what capacity we're going to work. Not only am I going to be a buyer's agent, that you're going to be my client, may it be in writing or not. These are my duties and responsibilities. Properly qualifying the buyer. I need to learn, we need to learn very early in our relationship. Like as soon as agency is created, then we need to decide how much house can you afford? We need to get our buyers to a lender or two to help determine if they're pre-approved or pre-qualified. Understand a pre-approval is still not a guarantee. It's not a loan approval. It's just that the lenders crunch the numbers real quick. And what if I can tell from right now, you're pre-approved? We will talk about this process, getting the buyer qualified and financing and all that good stuff is coming. What I want us to understand now is that early in this relationship with this buyer, we need to know how much they can afford. Again, I don't want y'all spending time with a buyer, months with a buyer. They find the one just to find out they can't afford it. Buyers want to look at all homes in all price ranges. You may want to help yourself in your time management by only showing homes that they can afford to buy. Make sense? Why are you going out and showing buyers properties they can't afford to buy? So helping them get pre-qualified, talking to a lender, more on that. Helping the buyer get the seller disclosures. There's our ARPOs and MOG, lead-based paint. Addendum if the property was built prior to 1978. Discover and disclose material facts. We're also going to do a comparative market analysis or CMA for the buyer. When they look at me, when we are showing property and we walk in the front door and they say, this is the one, the next question they're going to ask me is, how much should I offer? And I can't respond to that without looking at the numbers, without having an educated response. I'm not just going to blurt a number out. I'm not going to say, oh, just offer asking price. I'm sure the seller's reasonable. We always want to make sure that we do the CMA so our buyers can see that probable sales price. We're going to help our buyer in preparing their offer, the terms of the offer, get financing, negotiate, counter offer, all that good stuff. And then we're going to help them through the contract to closing process. As a buyer's agent, your big responsibility starts once we go under contract. Listing agents, you got all your work to do up front. Buyer's agents, your big work comes when we go under contract. That entire contract to closing process is coming. So please bear with me. We're going to help our buyers find properties that they want to see. What are they looking for? I'm going to ask the buyers, what's your wants and needs? I'm old school, y'all. I actually have my buyers take a piece of paper, draw a line down the middle of it. And on one side, they have wants, and on other sides, they have needs. You know what's interesting? If you have a couple buying and you give each of them a needs and wants list, now I have the challenge of getting those two people under the same roof, because sometimes you wonder if they're really talking about the same dang house or not. But that's a good exercise early on to get everybody on the same page. Be prepared for those wants and needs lists to change as we get out there and start showing them property. They may see what's on the market may not be what they expected. They may see that what they envisioned just doesn't exist. So be prepared for that wants and needs list to adjust. And as you get to know your buyers, we can help them adjust that wants and needs list. But helping them determine the properties that they want to see, we're going to schedule the showings. We're going to go online and schedule that. We got to have the seller's permission to go into their home. And then once we get them under contract, we're going to assist in getting them to closing. That contract to closing, we get into our contract in Unit 10. The contract to closing process is Unit 21. So we're trucking right along here. Always remember, particularly working with buyers, please always remember safety first. I don't want any of you to ever meet a stranger at a house for the first time by yourself. That's not safe, y'all. If you're meeting a buyer for the first time, have them meet you at the office or have them meet you at a public place. I understand you're going to be sitting on office duty and somebody's going to call about 123. I'm sitting in front of 123 Main Street. Can you come show it to me? And especially as new agents, you guys are hungry, so you tend to be led by dollar signs. And your inclination is to slam down the phone, hop in your car, and drive right on over to 123 Main Street so you can meet them. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Tell your buyer, I'm at the office until 1. There's a Starbucks right near 123 Main Street. Why don't you meet me there? Because now they've been seen in public with you. What a great opportunity to do your working with real estate agent disclosure. Use it as an excuse. I got to go over some forms with you before I can show you this property. You with me? Safety's always first. we're going to talk a little bit more about safety at the end of this class. There is no amount of commission worth your safety. And if you don't believe me, ask your family on this next break. So everybody gonna pinky swear me? You're not gonna put dollar signs over your safety. Everybody? Thank you. Gentlemen, you too. You're not immune. Thank you. Questions about working with buyers? That's a very brief list, but it gets us started. As a buyer's agent, your buyer may become interested in a property where the seller is not represented or the seller doesn't have full representation. So as a buyer's agent, you may be working with sellers. That's a FSBO, for sale by owner. You may be working with sellers that have a limited listing service contract with their firm. Remember, the limited listing service contracts, we're limiting the services, not the duties. So if the seller doesn't have the firm communicating with the buyer or the buyer's agent, I'm sorry, if the listing agent, there we go, isn't communicating with the buyer or the buyer's agent, then that means you are communicating directly with the seller. You're coming into this as a buyer's agent. Remember, once you've been hired as a buyer's agent, we have a duty to disclose our status of being a buyer's agent at initial. So the first time you call that for sale by owner on behalf of your buyer, you have to disclose your role. The first time you contact the seller at a limited listing service on behalf of your buyer, you have to disclose your role. I'm a buyer's agent. I'm working with a buyer. The purpose of this phone call is on behalf of my buyer client. So we're going to disclose an initial contact. With the for sale by owner, we also need to do our working with real estate agent disclosure. The FSBO needs to know that I come into this representing the buyer. Even if the FSBO is paying me, loyalty does not follow the money. Loyalty follows the agency agreement. Who entered into an agency agreement with me?
The buyer.
The buyer, not the seller. Doesn't the FSBO have the right to know that? Doesn't the FSBO have the right to know that I don't owe you confidentiality? So we've got to do our working with real estate agent disclosure, whether the FSBO is paying you or not. Limited listing service, again, you're communicating through a listing firm. And that communication through the listing firm lets us know that we're the buyer's agent. Just know you may find yourself, it's very likely you'll find yourself in a situation as a buyer's agent where you are the one communicating directly with the seller. That's what we're saying in both of these cases here. You, as the buyer's agent, are communicating directly with the seller. And you need to be very, very careful that you don't accidentally create dual agency. The only person in your plane is the buyer. First class. FSBO's back in coach. Questions on this?
So again, is the limited listing service just like a smaller version of like a multiple listing service?
So the limited listing firms are either limited service
Or
versus
full service? Okay.
So full service firms, I'm going to do the open house. I'm going to put an MLS. I'm going to put a lockbox on it. I'm going to negotiate. I'm going to I'm going to do all this. Limited service, you got to pay for the services. That's that a la carte pricing. But either one, both of them, you still get old car if you hire me. We're limiting the services, not the duties. Yep. Do I present my working with real estate agent with any seller or just FSBO's as buyer's agent? Again, I'm not going to do the working with real estate agent disclosure with the firm. So it would depend on who you're talking. If I'm talking to another agent, I don't need to, you got the disclosure. I don't need to give it to you, right? But if I'm talking to a person, a non-licensee, we got to let them know where we stand. Some limited listing services, you talk directly to the agent. Some you talk directly to the seller. So the answer to that is, it depends on who you're talking to. Of course. All right, so we're getting ready to take 10. And when we come back, we're going to look at our exclusive buyer agency agreement. So we're going to look at our other agency agreement, only 2 agency agreements we have to look at. This is the other one. This one isn't as long. It won't take us as long because a lot of the things are the same, but we do need to point out the things that make this one different than the listing agreement. So when we come back, new book people, you're going to be on 243 to 244. Old book people, you're going to be 240 to 241. So let's go ahead and take our break. And when we come back, we'll look at our buyer agency agreement. Welcome back. And we're coming back on. I'm going to take attendance. And we are going to look in the online learning system. Still in the Unit 8 material, but now look, I even got copies. Here's your RPODs in here, your mocks, just various additional resources for you guys also in your book. I don't think they've updated, but they're here just in case. Also in the Unit 8 material, we have your exclusive buyer agency agreement. Again, if you see a highlight, it's because it's mentioned on the syllabus. If it's in the syllabus, it's a possibility for a test question. Thank you, Marina. So we've gone through and highlighted the particular. I think you guys should glance over the whole form. It helps you better understand buyer agency. But specifically, we're just going to focus on the green. So this is our exclusive buyer agency agreement. This relationship is entered into between the buyer and the firm. Guys, it's so important. Every single one of us agents run around talking about my buyer and my seller. And you know what? When you get licensed, you will as well. You always need to remember it's not your buyer. It's not your seller. It is the firm's. So our agency relationship between the buyer and the firm. One thing we see in the buyer's agency agreement that we do not see in the listing agreement is the type of property that this buyer is looking for. So is it a residential property, a commercial property, other? Is it industrial, warehouse, whatever. We also then have the opportunity to put the general location. This field is as flexible as you want it to be. You could put in the state of North Carolina. You could put in the Triad. You could put in Winston-Salem. You could put in 123 Main Street. You can create buyer agency for as specific as a property as you want to be, or as broad. Just know this. If you put in the state of North Carolina, then you are telling this buyer that you are willing to show them all and any property. So you may want to limit this to the area that you're willing to work. Does that make sense? So if you tell this buyer, I'll help you in the Triad, and then all of a sudden this buyer becomes interested in a property in the Triangle, then you may need to refer them because you have said here you're not willing to go to Raleigh. Does that make sense? We can also use this field for that hesitant to sign buyer. Remember the buyer we've been doing oral buyer agency with for the last couple months? And now we find the one and we're ready to present the offer on their behalf. And they say, yeah, no, I'm not signing that. We could attempt to create buyer agency just for one property, just for general location of 123 Main Street, which gives me the authority to submit the offer for that address. So this can literally be as specific or as broad as you and your buyer agree to. Comments on that? Let's see, term of the agreement. We have to have a definite end date. You may be working with a buyer who tends to purchase a single property. You may be working with an investor that wants to purchase more than one property. Somebody could call you on January 2nd and say, hey, I'm new to the investment game and I want to buy 12 houses this year. Can you help me? And of course, you on the other end of the phone are going, yes, sir, I'd be more than happy to help you. Thank you so much for calling. So we could create buyer agency for that one investor to buy 12 properties if that's what they want. Either way, I need a definite term. I need a definite end date. Agency agreements are employment contracts. Employment contracts have got to spell out how we expect to be paid. Even though most of the time your compensation comes from the firm, from the listing firm. the seller. What if your buyer's going after a for sale by owner? What if the listing is offering a 0.5% commission? We need to have this agreement with the buyer of how much I expect to get paid if you buy a house. So we're going to put in the amount. What does your firm expect to collect for working with this buyer? And it tells us to put in a dollar amount, a percentage, or other method. We've had such problem with this over the years that the forms now spell out, don't leave this blank blank, and certainly don't put 0. If your buyer signs this saying they agree to pay you $0, and then they go after a for sale by owner that isn't going to pay you, how much compensation are you going to make off of this transaction? Yeah, that's a big old 0, isn't it? Most of the time it comes from the seller. But you've got to have this conversation with your buyer about how much you expect to be paid. Yeah, Phil.
So what happens, because again, the buyer's the actual client, the buyer is a layman.
Mhm.
So what if you put 2.5%, 2.5%? Because you're not putting the 5 if it was 5 based on
Correct.
the sellers.
So
And
you're
then-
just putting what you want.
Right. And then the seller's brokerage firm, when you says, we're not going to give you 2.5%, we'll give you 1%. Who's
Then the buyer owes
responsible?
me 1.5.
Okay.
Because they agree when they buy this house, this is how much I expect to get paid. And I say, Phil, we go on because it spells it all right out here and I love it. I'm always going to ask the listing firm first. Firm shall seek fee from the cooperating listing firm. If there is no listing firm, buyer agrees that the firm shall be entitled to receive what we agree to as above. So I tell the buyer, I'm always going to ask the seller first. I'm always going to look in MLS first, or I'm always going to ask the for
Okay.
sale by owner first. But if they can't or won't pay me, whatever we put in here, you're up. There's only 2 parties of the transaction. If the seller's not going to pay you, who's left?
So the numbers, when I'm looking at listings all the time, at the bottom of all the detail and, private public roads, I always see 2.5%. Is that, so that's not what the property selling firm listed it? Is that what you'll get if you bring a buyer?
That's what the firm is offering to cooperate with whomever brings the buyer.
Okay, thank you. Makes
Mhm.
sense.
So if they say 2.5 and you put 4 in here, your buyer's going to have to ante some money up. If you put 3 in here and the MLS says 0.5%, the buyer's going to have to ante the money up. If the FSBO says I'm not going to pay you, the buyer's got to ante some money. We're always asking the seller to pay us first. And if they can't or won't, the buyer's up.
So then a top-notch agent, broker, would tell the buyer, hey, guess what? The house you want, they're only offering 1%. So if you want to go ahead, we can, but you're going to owe me money. Is that what happens?
Exactly. We filled this out. We have this thing signed, and I'm going to remind you of that before I show you this property. I'm going to remind you of that before I show you in the driveway. So you call me and say, I want to see 123 Main Street. I look it up. I see 123 Main Street's offer me 0.5%. I call you back. We have our showing scheduled. I need you to know. Remember our conversation about my compensation? The seller's only willing to pay me this amount. So if you move forward, you will have to pay the difference. I prefer to have this conversation before they see the home versus when they walk in the front door, fall in love, and then they start placing furniture and paint colors. And I'm back here battling on about commission and they're not hearing a word I'm saying. So I prefer they've already signed it. I just want to remind them that that applies to this transaction. Question comes in, how do we decide what percent or number to put there? That's up to your firm's policy. Remember, compensation of firm. So your firm will say, when we help a buyer buy, This is how much we expect to collect. So you'll have all that, absolutely. Another question comes in, the protection agreement with the FSBO. That's not going to apply to the FSBO because we don't have a written agency agreement with the FSBO. They're unrepresented. So I have no relationship with them whatsoever. So I can't hold them to that protection agreement, unfortunately. Let's see, if a buyer purchases where the compensation offered by the listing firm or the seller is less than the fee, or where no compensation is offered, buyer and firm agree that the buyer will pay the difference. If you're familiar with the forms, it'll help you have conversations with your buyers. Conversations such as, for example, compensation. The fact that we discuss commission in a buyer agency agreement is probably one of the bigger problem topics, because we've all been trained, seller pays commission, seller pays commission, seller pays commission. And for the most part, that's not wrong. But what if the seller's not? And that's where we need to make sure we have that conversation with our buyer. That's where we need to make sure we put in the amount. Again, you guys, this was such a problem that the forms committee added this probably a couple years ago, because agents were putting 0 in there. And then the listing firm was offering 0.5%, and they were going to the buyer and saying, you owe me money. And the buyer's going, no, I don't, because this says I agree to pay you how much? If you put that in there and they sign that, that's what you're going to get. Everybody with me? Y'all, we work way too hard. And there is nobody that takes care and watches after your money like you do. So make sure you have this completed properly so you get paid. This is the only way I can ensure you to get paid. If this winds up in court, the judge is going to say, where's the employment contract? What does that say? Questions or comments on that?
So it's funny, I'll be honest, I've never even looked at this. And that, like I said, we've bought and sold a lot of homes.
You
And
are amongst many buyers and sellers. People don't
So
read.
I don't want to assume, but I'm going to assume that, again, I know the answer's wrong. I shouldn't even assume that. Then would you call, if you, I would say that the standard most people would put in there would be 2.5%.
There
but-
is no standard.
Right, that's the problem, because most lay people think that the commission is always 5, like the people in this class and me, even though we know it's not, right? So would you as an agent call if you saw they were only offering 1.5, the other people, would you call them and say, I have a really serious buyer, but I'm not going to take 1.5. Can we negotiate ahead of time? Can you change that for us if they do purchase?
Can you call and ask?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They're either going to negotiate with you or they're going to say, no, we told you 1.5%. Can you call? Sure. Your buyer may say, why don't you just call? I'm going to follow my buyer's lawful instructions, right?
Right.
So if my buyer says, just call, what's the big deal? Okay, I'll call. Hey, will you pay me more than 1.5%? No? Great, thanks. Have a nice day. Can you call? Sure. But if they still say no, the buyer's got to ante the rest. If you want to get paid.
Like I said, it's funny because I've never looked at that. Never looked at it.
You're
And
so typical. Buyers and sellers don't read.
nobody
just
has ever said to me,
because you
yo, make
trust your
$3 grand.
agent.
Right.
Because you trust that your agent knows what they're talking about.
Right.
So as future agents, don't we need to know what we're talking about? Everybody shake your head, yes. People don't read. It blows my mind. Dang, offer to purchase and contract, the legally binding agreement to buy a house. They don't read it. They trust their agent. That's why we're held to the higher standard under North Carolina Real Estate Commission, license law, and commission law. That's why they issue, regulate, and discipline our license, because the people trust us. And remember, what the commission's #1 purpose is:
Protect the public.
protect the public. Always remember that. They're protecting the public from me. It's up to me to have these conversations. That's my job. Anything else on compensation as discussed with the buyer. This mentions additional compensation. So if you're going to make more than what you put in this field, maybe the seller is offering a bonus for acceptable offers by the end of the week. Maybe the builder's offering a bonus. If you make more than what we put in here, then we have a duty to disclose that additional compensation to our buyer. They have a right to know that if they buy this house, I'm going to profit from it. I'm going to make more than what we agreed to. There's a form for that. So, one thing I like a whole lot about our forms is when the need comes up to use a form, it lets us know. So we don't necessarily have to memorize when you need a form and when you don't. If you're familiar with the buyer's agency agreement, it'll tell you when you may need to use form number 770, and that's addressing additional compensation. Buyer's agency agreement also has the protection period that we saw in the listing agreement. So if our buyer's agency agreement ends and then they buy a house that I showed them tomorrow, I still may be entitled to a commission. This protection period protects me after our agency agreement is over. Here's our bilateral contract thing again. The firm has duties to the buyer has duties to the firm. So the firm's duties to the buyer, my general duties is I'm going to perform the terms under this agreement. I'm going to find your property, a price and terms is acceptable to you. I'm going to present in a timely manner all offers on your behalf, and I'm going to disclose all material facts. So the firm's promoting the best interest of the buyer by performing these duties, these general duties. We owe this buyer confidentiality, a reasonable standard of care, representation of others. Let's go back to that word exclusive real quick. Exclusivity in an agency agreement is a one-way street. The buyer may only be allowed to date one firm, but the firm is dating many buyers. The firm is dating many sellers. And you may have two buyers interested in the same property. Wouldn't that be fun? You may be one agent working with two buyers that both become interested in 123 Main Street. I got to treat them both equally the same. So CMA I do for one, I need to do for the other. The suggestions and the advice I do for one, I need to do the other. Guys, remember, I'm a fact finder. I provide the information for them to make an informed decision. I'm never going to look at a buyer and say, this is how much you need to pay for this house. I'm providing them the facts for them to make the decision. So as long as I'm treating both parties fairly and equally and providing them with the same information, I can help. I could make two offers for two different buyers on the same house. You just got to make sure you're not favoring. You can't pit them. You can't say, well, I know this is what one buyer's offering. You can't pit them together. Buyers have different risk tolerance. And part of being a buyer's agent is figuring out their risk tolerance. What are you willing to risk? If this doesn't work out, what are you willing to lose? And again, we're providing them both the same information. I'm not going to favor one over the other. Yeah, Cody.
So in that situation, do you have to inform both buyers that, hey, I have another buyer that's interested in this property?
Yep, I just did. Do I have to specifically say, I'm also working with the Joneses and they're interested as well? Because I told them that I may represent both buyers. I may have both of you interested. If you want to, you can, but you don't have to. Let's see. Here's our non-discrimination clause again. Another one of our musts. The firm and the agents will not discriminate, more on Unit 19. And then we got the buyer's duties to the firm. So the buyer agrees that they're going to work exclusively with the firm during this agreement. They're going to immediately refer the firm any information that they may have interest in examining. So if the buyer finds a property on their own, they're going to let me know. I need to be the one to contact the for sale by owner. I need to be the one to contact I'm the one that communicates. I really don't want my buyers and sellers talking. I don't. I don't really care for them talking at all, because they get to talking and who knows what they kind of agreements they get themselves into. So be the mediator, be the one that does the communication on their behalf. Let's see. The buyer's going to comply with requests to supply pertinent financial information, that pre-approval, pre-qualification. Can you afford to buy the home? The buyer needs to be available for showings. It's hard for me to sell you a house if you're never, ever, ever free to go look. So you need to be available to see properties. You're going to examine properties only by appointment. Y'all, your buyers need to understand, even if we're under contract, your buyers need to understand that it's not their home yet. And they can never go to that home on their own without you. So if they want to go, let's say we go under contract, you got them under contract, and now they want to go look at paint samples. That's fine. Just don't show up. Don't show up at the front door. You still have to do all that communication with me. Have been cases. I remember one in particular several years ago. We were they were under contract. And the sellers were sitting at home one night watching TV, minding their business. And the buyers showed up and took it upon themselves to start looking in the windows. So the sellers are sitting there watching TV, minding their own business. And then here come strangers looking in the window. Some people may call that trespassing. The buyer needs permission to go to the property, and they get that permission through you, only by appointment. You're going to conduct all negotiations through the firm, due diligence, your contract to closing process that we'll talk about. And then the buyer's responsible for paying for all examination and evaluations of the property. Again, this is part of their contract to closing process that we're going to go through in a few units. So it's pretty clear. We're defining our relationship. This is the firm's duties to the buyer. This is the buyer's duties to the firm. And like we said, and I agree with you, people don't read. They trust you and they sign. This is why we need to have these conversations about this stuff up front. This is why we're giving them the Cliff's Notes version and not saying, read this and get back to me, because it's not happening. Other professional advice, we saw this in the listing agreement, but this comes up more with buyers. There's more things, services that the buyer needs than the seller. And specifically, this comes through our contract to closing process. So the buyer may look at you and say, can you recommend a home inspector? Can you recommend a lender? Can you recommend a closing attorney? I can make recommendations of other professional services. The suggestion is that you give your buyer and sellers choices. Here's a list of 2 or 3 home inspectors I've worked with in the past. I can't make a buyer choose a home inspector. I'm certainly not going to look at a buyer and say, this is the home inspector you're using, like it or not, because it's not my home inspection and I'm not paying for it. So they get to choose, but I can make suggestions, of course. Confidentiality of offers. This kind of piggybacks what we were just saying. This is a commission rule that says I cannot disclose the terms of an offer without that person's consent. So the person making the offer, I can't disclose those terms without their permission. So back to our 2 buyers interested in the same property, it spells out here specifically, I can't pit them together. This is what the Jones are offering. You want to beat it? This is what the Smiths are up to. You see what I'm saying? I can't share what the Smiths and Jones are offering without the Joneses and the Smiths' permission. So we're going to keep the terms of the offer confidential. Please make a note, page 4 of the buyer agency agreement explains dual agency to the buyer. What does dual agency mean for the buyer? So what's the firm's role? Buyer's role, designated, same thing as the listing. But we got one directed, geared towards the buyer, another one geared towards the seller. And again, we got to get their authorization to do or not to do dual agency. This is our informed written consent to do or not to do. Dual agency compensation, the firm may have a policy to collect a different compensation if it's in-house versus if it's co-broke. So we need to spell out if the firm's going to act as a dual agent, what do we expect to collect? Again, it may be the same as what we previously discussed. It may be different. That's up to the firm's policy. Again, any good legally binding contract has what happens if we terminate or breach. Telling the buyer that there may be surveillance on the property. Reminding or letting the buyer know that you can't record audio, oral communication. It should only be video. Again, with that being said, I hate to say it, you guys, but I don't trust everybody. So I give my buyers that heads up. Let them know before you walk. With Ring doorbell these days, let them know before you get on the porch. They shouldn't have audio. But in the event that they do, just be careful what they say. I don't want to hurt your negotiation power. And I think sometimes I do too good of a job of saying that, because I'll have buyers that won't say a dang word the whole time we're in the house. They're like terrified to crack a smile. So maybe that's overdoing a little bit, but they got my point. You know, as soon as we get back outside, they're they got the point. Photographs and video, unless the property owner says otherwise, the buyer is okay to take pictures and video of the space. They cannot be zoomed in on the stuff. They can't be there scoping the place out. Sometimes when you show buyers lots of properties, maybe you're going to go out Saturday and show a buyer 6 or 7 properties today. Guys, I'm telling you, if you see 6 or 7 properties in a day, they're all going to kind of start blending together. And what buyers like to do is piecemeal. Like, well, I like the kitchen in the first house and the living room in the second house and the bedroom in the third house. That does not help me. So by encouraging them to take notes, take pictures, that's going to help them keep this all together. So when they are making a decision, they can remember what they have. It goes on to say about they should only be taking pictures of things that are in plain view. Again, not the stuff. They're just taking pictures and notes. I used to, all these little yellow legal pads. I had these things in my trunk. So if my buyers needed to make a note, there you go. And I could have them make notes to help them keep it sorted, keep it together. Here's our wire fraud warning to the buyers. Again, I will never, ever, ever email you wire transfer instructions. If you get an email from me with wire transfer instructions, I need to know because I've been hacked. So letting that, and then following up, having them call the attorney for that. If they're going to wire their closing funds, their fees to the attorney's office. I got a place again for 2 buyers to sign. All the buyers that plan to take title. All of the buyers that plan to be on the deed, the new deed, and their spouses need to be part of the buyer agency agreement. If you have more than 2, then we have a additional signatures addendum. I got a form for that. You may be helping an entity buyer. And then you have a place for the firm that is signed by the individual agent with our license number. Buyer agency agreement. Questions? I'm looking at ceilings. Again, I would like you guys, I understand you've got a lot going on, and sitting down and reading these things word for word is just not realistic right now. I get that. You will eventually have to read this thing word to word. About the time you're ready to create agency for a buyer or seller, we need to have a full understanding what's in here. Ease yourself into it, you guys. Ease yourself into the many forms of real estate. Listing agreement, buyer's agency agreement. These are 2 of the few forms that we're asking you to look at pre-licensing. When you come to post licensing, one of them is an agency, brokerage relationships and responsibilities. So we spend a little bit more time, but there's no teacher greater than you sitting down with your pen and highlighter and reading these things on your own. A lot of the information that we've talked about in 7 and 8, understanding and creating agency, it's right here.
I was gonna say that you really do get like a lot better understanding if you read the agreement, and being in this is my second time around, I'm really getting a better understanding actually reading the forms.
Good. Thank you, Kiki, for sharing that. I know reading forms is not fun. There, I said it. Reading forms is not fun. You're coming into an industry of forms. If you want to be successful and be around for a long time, get used to reading forms. And why not start today with the agency agreements? Thank you, Kiki.
I do have a quick question. So I know this is my second time around as well. So I have the old book. So that like the sample quizzes in the book and then the sample quizzes that you have in the online learning system, are they different?
They're the same, but they serve two different purposes. So what you have in the book at the end of each unit, you could treat like a real test. So set a timer, figure 2 minutes per question. I'd like you guys to start practicing working with a clock now. So you can set the timer 2 minutes per question and treat it like a real test. Sit down and pretend like you're taking this exam. The online learning system gives you the explanation. So you can't set a timer because I want you to spend time. You read the question, you say confirm, it says right or wrong, and then why. So this tells you the what, right or wrong. The book kind of gives you the how would you do without the explanations. And I think the explanations in the online learning system are the most beneficial part of the online learning system. Yes, ma'am.
In the residential property owner association disclosure statement, does a FSBO have to give that over to a seller?
Yes.
Okay.
To a buyer? Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yep. The biggest exemption with that is going to be new construction.
Okay.
So as a buyer's agent, Ashley, maybe the FSBO they need to do it. Maybe they don't. But if they don't have it as a buyer's agent, we need to get it to them and get it to complete it as part of the act.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? It's a lot, you guys. I get it. I hope you are making the time for this class. Are you guys setting aside time aside, I should say? Are you studying? Are you looking ahead? Are you reviewing where we've been? You have got to commit. Remember I said on day one, this isn't an easy class. This isn't an easy test. These aren't easy tests. Have I proven myself? There's a lot of information. And part of what makes it so challenging, y'all feel like you're drinking from a fire hydrant right now, right? You feel like you're trying to take it all in. So how you help alleviate that is by studying, by spending time with it, by reviewing agency over and over and over again. If you come to class and listen to me talk about agency and say, I got it, I'm good, you're not, you didn't do it right. You guys have got to put time into this. How many of you, I used to go to high school with you guys. I know who you are, and I didn't like you. How many of you back in high school and college could not touch a book until the night before the exam? Yep, there you are. I didn't like you too much because you know what? I was the solid B- student that had to study every daggone day. For those of you that could and did get through high school and college that way, this doesn't work. You need to be keeping up with it as you go because it's so much information. Y'all, we're looking at an 800 and something page textbook. You didn't need me to tell you that's a big book, did you? You picked that thing up from Lane. Did you think you were picking up an old school phone book? You went, my gosh, what did she send me? There's a lot of information. So please, I'm actually begging at this point. If you haven't started studying, it's not too late. Get on board with me now. November will be here before we know it. We know what time does, right? Zoom, zoom, zoom.
I'd say the midterm's also a big eye opener too.
Yep. Thank you, Cody. We got the midterm. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the midterm the end of next week, because we do have that coming up at the end of Unit 10. So you have that to look forward to. And Cody, to your point, that's the whole point of the midterm, is to help you see where you are right now. Kind of a checkpoint. The midterm is not for me, y'all. So we'll talk about that end of next week.
Will the midterm be held against us, like if we don't do good on it?
Yep. All you have to do is attempt it.
Okay.
So if you want to go through and hit B next, B next, B next, B next, you can, you get credit for it. I need help in understanding how that's helping you for your final exam. You can take it as seriously as you want to. All I need is a score. It's up to you what you do with it. It's not for me. Anybody on day one think I was joshing you? She's paid to say that. They make her say it's hard. She doesn't mean it. I speak from the heart. Remember too, I was a pre-licensing student once as well. I know where you guys are. I sat in your seat. I get it. I also know I studied my butt off.
I was gonna say, there's nobody that I have ever spoken to and said, I'm in real estate school, and they say, oh my gosh, that's so hard.
They've
Everybody.
never said that?
No, there's never anybody that I've spoken to that hasn't said that.
That hasn't said that.
Listen,
Yeah,
even-
I've never heard anybody say, getting my license was the easiest thing that I've ever had to do. Never have I heard those words. Good, I put some fear on you early on. It's tough, you guys. And Kiki, to your point, if anybody ever tells you that getting your license is easy, they lie. It's like that. Lots of retakes. Common, not uncommon. Don't let these tests make you think this is any kind of indication of what kind of real estate agent you're going to be. Passing the test and being a top producer are two totally different things. So don't let this class, don't let these tests discourage you. If you do happen to be a retake, I hope you're not in the retake trap. The retake trap is, I've been through this before. I know everything. I don't need to study. Guess what? If you knew everything, you wouldn't be retaking the class.
That test humbled me very quickly. Humbled is how I came to this class. Very humbled.
It's and like you said, I know a lot of you are sitting here going, I'm not going to use that in the real world. I'm not going to do that. This doesn't happen. There's real world, and then there's pre-licensing world. Y'all want to get through this test? I need you here with me. Practice midterm. Yep. So we'll talk about that next week. Also, after Unit 10, it won't be next week, so it may be the following week, but coming up soon, we will have the conversation about how to apply for your license, how to apply for your state exam. So we have to have that conversation as well, and that's coming up within the next couple weeks or so. Uh-oh, Kiki, they're talking about you. They're all talking about you.
The first Kahoot we took and Kiki was just killing it. I was like, I need this competitiveness. I need to be on Kiki's level. So
awesome.
Yeah, I keep saying I'm so stupid. Is Kiki so smart? She knows everything. I don't know how she knows it so.
I know better than to do it the way that I did it the first time. That's what I know.
Yep. Humbled.
This is real. Y'all, this is a class for professional license. This isn't a certification. This isn't a designation. It's a daggum license. We have to prove to the commission that we deserve a license. And how do we prove that? We show them that we have the minimum competency. You can't call the commission and say, I'm a nice person and people like me and I know I'd make a really good agent. You got to prove to them that you have the minimum competency. How you prove that? You pass the end of class exam, you pass the state exam. And then you go on for further training, further education. I'm just scratching surfaces. This is just the beginning.
Every time you say minimum competency, it makes my skin crawl. Felt so stupid not having the
No,
minimum
don't
competence
feel stupid.
to pass the test. Like, seriously.
I say that because they say that. That's how severe this is. I'm not making this up. That's what they say. It's not about feeling stupid. It's about proving to them that you understand all of this. And this is a lot to understand. Is it about feeling stupid? No, it's comprehending all of this. Okay? No joke. I don't get paid bonuses to tell you guys this is hard. It's for real. All right, y'all sit your private chat. I got a question for you guys. Private chat set. Tell me in a private chat, 1, 2, or 3 hint. There may be more than one right answer. So while you guys are finishing up, I got a few more comments in the chat. I'm going to address those. Let me go back up here. Somebody said the broker charge has sent me here. So the top producing realtor in this area had to take the exam 5 times. Yep. Yep. Not uncommon. But guess what? Do you see the key word there? They are the top producing realtor. So again, these exams have no indication whatsoever about what type of agent you're going to be. There are some people I believe would make great agents. We just can't get them through the test. Guess what? There are some absolute idiots running around with a real estate license because they were able to pass the test. That works both ways, doesn't it? So this is what I say about this. If getting your real estate license is something you really, really, really want, you will do whatever it takes to get it. Even if that means taking the class multiple times, taking the state exam multiple times, if you really, really want it, you'll do whatever it takes. I can't answer that for you. How badly do you want it? So thank you for sharing that. Another question came in about purchasing additional materials from the bookstore. Carolina School of Real Estate does have a bookstore. So when you look on our website, you go all the way to the bottom. The bookstore is like a little link at the bottom. There are some flashcards. I see benefit to supplemental materials if it helps. Before you open your wallet, consider using the tools that you already have. So you have a book, you have the online learning system. You can spend all the money you want, but if you never touch the product, it's not going to help you. As far as flashcards go, you can buy some from us or you can make your own or a combination of both, whatever works for you. And if you're not sure about what might work for you, consider reaching out to Lane or I, and we may be able to assist. But like I said, use what you already got. Okay, so answers are in. Are we all in? I love when y'all answer with a question mark. All right, so an agent must, what's that mean? They gotta. Are you guys starting to pay attention to these absolute words? They mean something. So an agent must have a buyer agency agreement signed at the time we're ready to present an offer on their behalf, and at the time we attempt to limit the buyer's ability to work with other agents. I cannot present an offer on a buyer's behalf without a signed agency agreement. I cannot limit how long we're going to work together under an oral agreement. I cannot demand exclusivity under an oral agreement. What are we referring to with this first substantial contact?
Working with real estate.
Real estate agents.
Working with real estate agent disclosure. I disclose my agency status by first substantial contact. I have a written agency agreement by the time I'm ready to present the offer. Questions?
Julie, is it common for an agent to maybe like require the buyer agency agreement signed in the beginning to limit the amount of work, or how often?
I don't know how common. I mean, it might be up to the firm. Some firms say we're never working with a buyer under an oral agreement. Some agents may say that. So is oral buyer agency common? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
How common is it? Common enough that we're talking about it. Like we said, if you or your firm allow you to do it, you just need to know, when do we have to get this thing in writing? Guys, this is the only way I can get you paid. This is it. So we need to understand. Thank you. One last thing about working with buyers before we break. Remember, when you're working with buyers, you may also have the opportunity to work with a buyer under dual agency. Exclusivity goes away in dual agency. So let's run through this together. How many firms in dual agency? Show me. How many firms? 1. How many transactions? 1. How many clients? Clients. 2. How many customers? 0. Dual agency is 1 firm, 1 transaction, 2 clients. The firm has been hired to help both the buyer and the seller in the same transaction. Can we see the obvious conflict of interest? The buyer hired me thinking I had their best interest, and now they want to buy a house that my firm has listed. We have to know how we can treat both sides equally and fairly. And the big thing about dual agency is advocacy goes away. There's no advice I can give one party that won't harm the other. And I don't care if you are one agent working with buyer or seller, or if there are 2 agents in the firm, one working with the buyer and one working with the seller. Dual agency is about the firm. The firm equally representing 2 principals in the same transaction. So as a buyer's agent, if your buyer becomes interested in something your firm has listed, we run into dual agency. Remember, we got to get informed written consent of both buyer and seller. And we can do that through the use of our agency agreements. We get the permission to do or not to do dual agency.
When it comes down to designated dual agency, would you say 2 transactions?
Nope, still 1. Designated as a form of dual.
But then advocacy comes back, doesn't it?
Exclusivity and advocacy comes back
Right.
in designated. 1 agent is designated to work exclusively with the seller. A different agent is designated to work exclusively with the buyer. The firm and all the other agents of the firm are still straddling the dual agency wall. Designated does not eliminate dual. It just allows advocacy and exclusivity to come back. And again, you guys, we tend to think because designated is much better for buyer and seller, right? So why wouldn't we offer? Designated is not automatic. When you're reading these test questions, don't assume that you've been designated. You got to see designated. Don't read into the questions. How many of you are still falling down the what if trail? Well, what about this? Well, what if that? Stop. Read the question only. Anything else? Working with buyers. Let's take a break. When we come back, y'all grab your calculator. We're going to figure out your commission. That's fun math. So grab your calculator. We'll get you guys paid after break. Did you come back? Good. You guys are in it, right? You're here. All right. Welcome back. So cameras are coming back on. You're getting back in view and focus. And I am taking attendance. And we're going to talk about some commission math. Before we do that, one more time, last time we're going to see this, words matter. We really start seeing these words, selling agent and listing agent, when we are figuring commission math. And as we start getting into our contracts in the next unit, this is the terminology that we see. So listing, selling, listing is working with the seller, selling is working with the buyer. And I have taken attendance. So thank you guys for letting me know you're back. If you haven't, please do. So I can count you here for this last hour. So the selling agent, you're working with the buyer. The listing agent, you're working with the seller. So what does commission math look like? Well, with commission math, let me introduce you to the commission map, MAP. The commission map allows us to see how commission is dispersed, how it's distributed. So you start at the top of the commission map and you have the sales price or the total commission. Please hear me now. Every single one of these problems are worded differently. So some of them you'll be given the total commission. Some of them you'll have to find the total commission. You'll be given the sales price. We'll talk about how we can get all that information. Commission math. You got to pay attention. So we start at the top with the totals, the total commission of the sales price. The total commission gets split between the sides. So you got the listing side and the selling side. Maybe this is a 50-50 split. Maybe it's not. Doesn't matter. It's all up to the listing side and their agreement with the seller. What you guys need to know is that the listing side plus the selling side equals the total commission. Once the side is paid, that commission is then divvied between the firm and the agent. The firm pays the agent a percentage of their commission. So the conversation earlier, a couple of you were talking, well, as a buyer's agent, they say, I'm going to get 2.5%. Well, you need to talk to your firm before you say that, your new firm before you say that. But let's just pretend you're going to get 2.5%. I didn't say that right, did I? Are you getting the 2.5%? Nah, who's getting that 2.5%?
The firm.
The firm.
The firm. It's the firm's commission. They, per your independent contractor agreement, tell you how much of their commission they're going to give you. You don't get 2.5%. You get a percentage of what the firm gets. So the firm is going to take their side and then they're going to split it up between themselves and the agent. Again, this doesn't always have to be a 50-50 split. But as long as the listing firm plus the listing agent equals the listing side. So is everybody with me so far? This is a picture that says the firm gets paid and then they share their commission with the agent. How much are you going to get? It's up to your firm's policy. For your exams, they have to give you those numbers. Anytime you come down a step or a level in the commission map, it's going to require you to pick up your calculator. So to go from total commission to listing side, you got to calculate something. To go from listing side to listing firm and listing agent, you got to calculate something. These are called multi-step problems. And if we're using the map, which I like a whole lot, I'm getting ready to make a statement. Can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I like the commission map better than the T-bar. Kind of goes against everything I've been saying all along, right? I like the commission map because it shows us how this is going to play out. I recommend you guys use the commission map when you do commission problems. If you're working down the commission map, so the problem gives you the total commission or the sales price, and it wants to know how much the listing agent's going to get. The multi-steps that you take to get from here to here to here or here is to multiply. So when you're working down, the multi-steps you take to get there is to multiply. If they tell you, for example, what the selling agent got and they want to know the sales price, now you're working up the commission map. You know what the selling agent got? You need to determine the selling side to determine the sales price. The multi-steps that you take here to get there is to divide. And that's what the arrows on the side mean. When you're working down, you multiply. When you're working up, you divide. Turn with me in your books. Hang on, let me get some page numbers. Turn with me in your books. New book people, you're on 245. Old book people, you're on 242. 245 and 242, we have a commission map in motion. So you can see we have a sales price of $189,000. There's a 6% commission. So we see the total commission is $11,340. Commission is a percentage of the sales price. What's the word of mean? You guys are so cute. Of means multiply. So it's a percentage of the sales price. So you got your sales price, you times it by 6%, there's your total commission. This commission is then divvied 50-50 amongst the sides. So ABC Realty is getting 50% and Homes Realty is getting 50%. So now that we have the total commission, we divide that by 2 because the problem told us they were getting 50%. And we see that each side is going to collect $5,670. That $5,670 needs to be divvied one more time, split one more time, and that's between Homes Realty and Agent Ted. Agent Ted has an agreement with his firm that he's going to take 55% of the firm's commission. So if the firm's collecting $5,670, how much is Agent Ted going to get? $3,118.50. Agent Ted will get a direct deposit for that amount. Remember, taxes will not be taken out. So at the end of the year, Agent Ted will have to pay taxes on the commission that he receives. I'm a big fan of the map. When we do commission math in just a second, we're going to use the map. With that being said, we all also may be able to use T-bars. If the T-bar confuses you, don't do it. If you don't like the T-bar, don't do it. I do recommend the map because it allows you to see where you're going and where you want to wind up. So What are these T-bars that we're looking at if you choose? First step is going to be to determine either the total commission as part of the sales price. Remember, the rate or percent always goes where? Always goes in the bottom right. The problem may give you the total commission. It may give you the side commission. Again, every single commission math problem is different. The best thing I know to tell you guys with commission math is to practice. Practice, 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 so you can be prepared for the type of commission math that you will see on both of your exams. Wow, what did I just do there? I'm in a pretty good mood today, aren't I? You gonna see commission math on your tests? Yes, both of them. There it is. So we start by determining either the total commission or the sides commission. This is one step. Once we know the sides commission or the total commission, then we divvy that even further between what the firm is going to get or what the agent is going to get. So again, having a general, these T-bars are very general because they're all used differently. The point I hope that we see is that every time you come down in the map, you got to pick the calculator up. Every time you go up in the map, you got to pick a calculator up. Use the map. So we're going to look at a couple together, one or two together. And then, of course, I got some for you guys. And then we got lots of practice. Never worry about that. That's the only thing I can tell you with math. You may sit here in class and watch me do it and say, that looks easy, I got it. And that's great. But the true test is, can you do it without me? And that's where I want you guys practicing. Questions so far? So let's look at one together. Let's see what we got here. First, we just read. So home is listed for $230,000. It sells for $227,000 with a 6% total commission being charged. Listing firm is cooperating with the firm who produces a buyer by offering them 2.5% of the sales price. Based on this information, what is the listing side commission on the sale? Before you touch your calculator, I recommend setting up your map. So we're going to start at the top with our sales price or commission, total commission. And then we're going to branch it off amongst the sides, amongst the sides. So you have the list side and the selling side. And then we're going to, questions just asking me to what is the listing side of the commission. So we're only taking this one step. We're not determining how much the agent's getting paid yet. If the question's asking me about the listing side, do I really care about the selling side? So if we have information about the selling side, maybe it's used to help me find the listing side. Maybe it's a distractor. But what I do know is by the map and by focusing on what the problem's asking me, I know where to start. Where to stop. I'm sorry. I know where my focus is. Of all the information I have here, of all the information I could make available via my map, the only thing I care about is what is the listing sides cut? Read the question. So I got a home listed for $230,000 and it sells for $227,000. What are we paid on? The list price or the sales price?
Sales price.
Sales price. So the first three words, there's your distraction. Do y'all know what a distractor's job is?
Distract.
To distract you. So if you don't know that commission math is figured off of the sales price, you're trying to do something with $230,000. Everybody with me? Eliminate distractors. That's going to help you. Commission math problems really like distractors. So by eliminating distractors, knowing the map and knowing how to work through these, we know that I don't care what it was listed for. What I care about is the sales price. What did it close for? Do I have questions on that? So I have a total commission of 6%. The listing firm is cooperating with the firm who produces a buyer by offering them 2.5%. Let's finish that out of the sales price. So that means the listing firm says, whomever brings me the buyer, I'm going to give you 2.5%, 2.5% of the sales price. If the listing firm is giving you 2.5%, what are they going to keep for themselves?
3.5.
Does everybody see that? Total commission is 6%. I'm offering you 2.5. So what's left for me, the listing side? 3.5%. This plus this equals the total commission of 6%. I needed the selling side only to help me determine how much the listing side is going to get. Questions? I got it on mute. Is that a question or accidental? Does everybody see where I got 3.5% for the listing side? So if the selling side is getting 2.5% of the sales price, that means the listing side is getting 3.5% of the sales price. What's that word of mean?
Multiply.
Multiply. So if you want a T-bar, this is a one step because we don't have to figure out the rest of the map. I know my commission rate or percent always goes where?
Bottom right.
Always. Bottom right. I know my sales price is 227,000. And what I'm solving for is the side. Up, down line in the T-bar means divide. No. No.
Multiply.
Yes. Up, down line on the T-bar means multiply. Just making sure you guys are paying attention. Okay. So we take our sales price times 3.5%. And how much is the side going to get? $7,945. They will then split that per their policy with the listing agent. Use the map. The map is your visual, and it allows us to see where am I starting, where do I need to end, and what do I need to do to get there. Love the commission map. Please consider trying it. You guys get scratch paper on both of your exams. Use it. That's why you get it. Questions? Comments?
The T-bar is definitely harder for this one. I'll say that because you got to find it stuff twice.
Exactly. It's multi-step and they kind of feed off each other. So Kiki, if this problem went on to ask what the listing agent was going to get, then we would have another T-bar with their commission, whatever that split is. And the whole in that case, 79, yeah, 45. So we would use another T-bar with another step to solve for either the listing firm or the listing agent. So once you find one number, then you use that at the next tier, at the next level. because now we got to split the side. You guys will do one of these in just a second. You'll go the whole way. You'll get to figure an agent's commission next. So you'll take it a step further. I need you guys to read these problems. The biggest distractors on your exam are commission math problems. I always need you to focus on whose commission are you trying to solve? You got everybody's commission. I just need you to focus on what the question's asking. That'll help you eliminate distractors. What do we think so far? Do we like the map so far? I know we're new. We just met it 20 minutes ago, but it gives us our visual. So I do recommend you guys use it. Other questions?
Can I put the firm as the listing right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you got the listing firm
Say that
where
again?
the 3.5% is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
Can
side
you hear
is the
me?
firm. Mm-hmm. The side is
Okay.
the firm.
That's
So
what
the
I was
listing
asking.
side, yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Absolutely. If that helps, there's the listing firm and the selling firm, and then they have to share their commission with the agent.
That made me understand it better.
Good. Good. So the firm gets paid, and then the firm pays their agent. Split and then a split. And that's what we're doing. We're taking this 6% commission and we're splitting it between the firms. Once the firm gets it, they split it with the agent. Is this
So-
another aha moment? Did y'all think you were getting the whole 2.5%?
No.
Yeah, I heard another question.
So I didn't use either of the options that you gave because, well, like she said, the T-bar, I don't understand that at all for this. But the other map deal doesn't make any sense either. It's just like a lot of words.
Okay. So what did you just start multiplying? How did you do it, Addie?
Well, I just took out the 6% and then the 2.5 goes for the one side and then the 3.5 goes for the other.
Perfect. It's a fun thing about math is we see it several different ways.
I mean, is that going to work for like other questions like this, or do I?
Did you get $7,945?
Yeah.
You should be good then. There's multiple ways to do math.
Okay.
All you have to show me on your test, A, B, C, or D. Okay. All right, let's let you guys try one. So in this next one, you're going to have to figure out the side or the firm. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. You're going to have to figure out each side, and then you're going to have to split it further and figure out what the agent's going to get. So you're going to do a multi-step problem. You're going to first figure out the firm or the side, and then you're going to split it again between the agent. No matter if you want to use a T-bar, the map, or your own method, I want to know from you guys in a private chat what Elizabeth is going to get paid. Specific. about another minute or so, and then we'll talk about this one. As you guys are finishing up, bear with me. I need to, I'm not going away. I need to get me a whiteboard. I don't have enough room to do this problem. So what y'all call a Word document, I call a whiteboard. You guys still see that okay? See the problem okay? Is that good? Okay. Okay, so let's see what we got. Let's talk this thing through. What did you do first?
Read.
Just read. Read and breathe. Breathe and read. The two go hand in hand, don't they? All right, so Elizabeth lists a property for sale. Her firm has a written policy of charging 7% on all transactions. Listing firm has agreed that they will cooperate with the firm that brings a buyer by offering them 3% of the total sales price. Elizabeth's commission split is 70%. Based on this information, how much commission will Elizabeth earn if she sells this property for $285,000? So we look at our commission map. We start at the top. The numbers at the top are the sales price and the total commission. I don't know anything yet. I'm just taking the information from the problem and I'm putting it into my map. I'm creating the visual so I know how to work it. So I know what to do.
It's
So I know where to start.
7%.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 7, not 6,
I tried
correct?
to short Elizabeth, didn't I? Thank you. Elizabeth thanks you too, by the way. So 285,000. And she says, Julie, give me my 7%. I say, yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. So we got the top. We may not know yet how, but we know somehow I got to divvy that 7% and that $285,000, right? I don't know how yet, but I got to do something to divvy it. And how do I divvy it? I divvy it between the listing side or firm, if we like, and the selling side. This is how it's going to be divvied. Who do I care about in this problem? And who is the only person that I care about in this problem? Elizabeth. She's all I care about is getting Elizabeth paid. Since Elizabeth is listing the property, we know Elizabeth we paid from the listing side. Everybody with me? So once we find that listing side, then we can split that again between the firm and the star of this problem, Elizabeth, because this is it. This is all I care about. And the information that I need to get here is all I care about. I took the problem and I put it in a map. I put it in a visual. Do I have the selling agent getting paid in my map? No. Why? Because I don't care about them. All I care about is E, is Elizabeth. Any questions so far? Just laying it out. Because I'm starting at the top of the map and I'm going to work my way down, I know the steps that I'm going to take to get there to multiply. So when we start at the top, I have listing firms agree that they'll cooperate by offering whomever brings the buyer 3% of the total sales price. So the selling side is going to get 3%, which means the listing side will get how much?
4.
4% of the sales price. This plus this equals the total commission. So the first thing we want to do is figure out how much is the side going to get? How much is the firm going to get? If you like the T-bar, if you don't like the T-bar, let's try it non-T-bar. Commission is of the sales price. So I have a sales price of 285,000. I know the side is getting 4%. I know I'm working down, so I want to multiply. So if I take 285,000 times 4%, I have the side getting $11,400. So in other words, when this property sells, Elizabeth will collect a check made out to her firm for the amount of $11,400. She will take this check to her firm for them to process, and part of them processing is going to pay her. So we have the firm getting $11,400. Questions on that step?
Julie? So I did it that way too, but then I went back, I was curious. Could you just take 7% times the 285 and do it that way?
Then you'd have to figure out the 4 and
Yeah.
the 3. But where that gets confusing, Phil, is because it's not of whatever
Right.
this is, it's of the
Yep.
sales price. So what's that word of mean? That's telling us to find the commission of the sales price. You could do it your way, but then you got to figure out that 4-3 split that isn't now of the sales price, it's of the total commission. So best bet is to let again, these are all different. You're never going to see one the same. So how we get through these, practice, practice, practice. So I got 11, I got the firm. Julie's real estate shop is getting a check for $11,400. Questions on that? I got light bulbs coming on all over the place. I love it. So now the firm gets paid. So now we got to go back to the problem. Elizabeth's commission split is 70%. So that means of the firm's commission, Elizabeth is going to get 70%, which means the firm is going to keep 30% for themselves. 30 plus 70 equals the firm's total commission. 30% plus 70% gives us $11,400. We know Elizabeth gets 70% of her firm's commission. We've already determined that her firm gets $11,400. She's getting 70% of that. So Elizabeth's payday is going to be $7,980. How much does Elizabeth get? There will be a check made out to her for pre-tax for $7,980. At the end of the year, Uncle Sam's going to say, wow, you had a good year. Where's my cut? From this $7,980, Elizabeth has to figure out taxes, marketing and advertising expenses. How much gas does she need to put in her car? She's got to eat dinner. She's got to pay herself. Elizabeth has to divvy that $7,980. How does she do that? How does she know how much to set aside? There's another CYA. Call your accountant. I highly recommend your first year in sales, you talk to an accountant about what to do with that $7,980 so you don't get stuck at the end of the year. Questions? Comments, concerns?
Lily, I just had a question. Oh, sorry. Of course, there's an ambulance driving by my house now. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
sorry. So the 7% is going, I'm sorry, is, are we always assuming that the 7% is coming out of the beginning? Like we're always assuming that the listing firm is paying both, because you know how it's not like sometimes the buyer might have to pay. So I
Yeah.
guess that's my.
Yeah,
my
and
question
I
about
hate the word assume, Victoria, but to your
Oh, sorry.
point, when we do commission problems, it's typically how this is going to work. So we're going to assume that the listing side is going to share with the selling side. If they want you just to pay one side, then the problem will have to tell you. So what we're looking at here is a typical transaction where the seller pays the listing firm and then the listing firm shares their commission with whomever brings the buyer. And that share their commission piece is what's happening right here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Because that's where I got tripped up. I didn't do I used the 7% differently. So that makes
I
more.
hear you. You want the whole thing, don't you? I hear you.
I was like, that looks like too much.
You got to share. So that's what we're doing here. So yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, because most of these commission problems, you're right. Most of them are going to be dealing with two different firms. So we can see that split. If it's an in-house transaction, it'll have to tell you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of
Sorry
course.
about the ambulance.
No, of course. I too am close to a road, so if y'all ever hear me just stop talking, it's because I'm not trying to talk over a siren. I'm just not trying to do that. Anything else? Is this better? Does this help? Do we like this? Thumbs up so far. I know you just met it 30 minutes ago. Are you guys going to practice this weekend? Yeah, of course you are. I have another one of these, but I kind of want to wait and do it on Tuesday so we can be a good place to start, right? So is everybody good with that? If you want to, it's in my PowerPoints and you can go ahead and look at it, start it. Knowing that we're going to talk about this first thing on Tuesday. Did I hear
next Tuesday, can we walk through the other way going up?
Sure. I'll add one of those in before Tuesday. Thank you.
Thanks.
As soon as I say that, Phil, let me make me a note, because okay, so we'll do those on Tuesday first thing. There's another type, we may get this started. There's another type of commission math that's called a graduated commission. And I don't really have a formula for this. This is one of these that we just have to kind of throw you in the deep end. Graduated commission is more common in commercial transactions. So how agents and firms are paid in commercial transactions. And again, I don't really have a formula, so we're just going to kind of go with it. And then we'll see a sample on Tuesday as well. So a firm pays their brokers a commission based on the graduated sales commission plan. Per the agreement, the firm will pay 5% commission on the first $200,000 of the sales price, 3% on the next $200,000, and 1% on any amount over that. How much commission will the firm receive on a sales price of $900,000? So for graduated commission, we once again start with the sales price. And this is, again, it's a tiered thing. You're going to get X amount on this, X amount on that, X amount on what's ever left. So we start with 900,000. And the problem says on the first 200,000, you're going to get 5%. On the next 200,000, you're going to get 3%. And then you're going to get 1% on any amount over that. So if you started with 9 and you deducted 2 and you deducted 2, what are you left with?
5.
500,000. So any amount over that is 500,000, in which case you are getting 1%. See what we did there? You get 200,000 on the first. Nope. You get 5% on the first 200,000, 3% on the next 200,000, and then 1% on any amount over that. So now we figure 5% of 200,000 10,000.
6.
6,000. Is 5,000, and then you just got to add 10,000 plus 6,000 plus 5,000 says how much commission is your firm collecting? Graduated commission. Very common in commercial transactions. They're tiered, they're leveled. Questions on this? We good?
I remember when you told us in class a long time ago that you said, didn't you say like like working with them, the construction or the business, that you said something about when they get their commission, it may be a while. When this
commercial transactions take longer, residential, I can get you closed in 45 to 60 days. Commercial transactions, it might be a year, it might be 3. So tend to make more money in commercial transactions because the price tag is bigger. However, it's longer.
But you'd be waiting a while.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you need paid fast, you may want to consider residential. Because that contract to closing, I can get this done in 45, 60 days. If that. 60 days is like a long time these days to close. So yeah, commercial transactions, they're just, commercial is a totally different beast from residential. And unfortunately, we don't have much to say about commercial in this class. We say a little bit more about commercial and post-licensing. But guys, honestly, if you're going into commercial, you need a mentor, you need training, you need a lot more after these classes, because we focus on residential.
And you need a second job, as they tell young kids starting out.
You got to wait 3 years to get paid, right?
Like my son. So you need parents that are willing to give money besides them bartending at night while they work their way through.
Until you get to the point where you got these things flowing, like, it takes a while. Commercial is a totally different beast than residential. Anybody thinking about commercial? Few of you, couple of you. Some of you were adamantly shaking your head no. Like, no, after you just said you don't get paid for 3 years, absolutely not. I'm not going to go into commercial. I hear you. keep your possibilities, keep your windows open. We'll do another one of these. Do I have questions on this now that we've had a second? Okay, we'll do another one of these on Tuesdays as well. So let's talk about what let's talk about what Tuesday looks like. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing so we can look at each other. So let's talk about next week. Next week, we're going to do another commission problem. I'll throw us in working the problem up, dividing, and then we'll do another graduated commission. So we'll start right here where we left off. You do have commission math problems in your book at the end of Unit 8. You also have some extra math practice worksheets in the Unit 8 material in the online learning system. There's nothing stopping you guys from attempting this weekend. Sometimes getting it wrong is how we learn. So I encourage you just to try, see what happens. Again, we'll revisit this when we come together on Tuesday. The other math we have left in this unit is seller net. So we need to figure out how much the seller is going to get paid when the transaction closes and everybody else is paid. All the lien holders, they pay commission, they pay their debts and expenses. Remember that line of people standing there with their hand out? The seller is the very last person in the line, and that's seller net. So we will do that math on Monday as well. Tuesday, don't come on Monday. We'll do that math on Tuesday as well. That'll get us through Unit 8. that'll get us through agency. So even though we're really close to the end of agency, I need you guys to keep going back and revisiting agency, because I'm telling you, if you don't touch agency again until November, you've lost everything you've learned the last couple of weeks. We've spent 2 weeks on agency now, haven't we? But guys, we got to keep moving forward to get through the rest. So please put it in part of your study habit, your study pattern, to keep going back and reviewing, refreshing agency. Once we do seller net math, finish up unit 8 next week, then we are going to get started in unit 9. We will get through unit 9 pretty quickly. That is our basic contract law, like law school 101. And then after unit 9, we're going to get started in unit 10. Unit 10 is specific to North Carolina sales contract. So the overall picture is, how does a contract work? Unit 10 is, how does it work in North Carolina? So please look ahead. Also next week, we'll talk about the midterm. Also next week, we'll talk about the application process. And we just keep going. I am right now putting in the chat that link to the measuring video I told you guys about. I think it's a good video. Like I said, there's more in here than what you need. However, what you need is also in this video. So please go ahead and grab the link. You can either click on it, it's a YouTube link, or you can copy and paste it into your browser. If for some reason you cannot access it via Zoom right here, please just reach out to me and I will email it or text it to you. Question comes in, what time will this video be up tonight? As soon as I can get it up. Zoom has to process and then YouTube has to upload. So as soon as I can, Zoom and YouTube do their thing, then I can do mine. Questions? I owe you guys a minute from Tuesday, so I appreciate you tolerating me on Tuesday. So we're done. You actually get 3. Are we even? Okay, so you guys have a great weekend. Please don't ever hesitate to reach out to me. If I can help, I'm here. So take advantage of that. I'm another tool and resource. So let me help. You guys have a great weekend. We'll see what fun things we can't do next week.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Julie.
All right. Bye.
You guys.
Bye.
Thanks.